You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie 2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Title: Oil, OxyClean, and Digital Gold. The Great Karg Island Trade. Location: the docks of Karg Island, Iran. The air smells of salt, crude oil, and desperation. Time: 1400 hours.
Are you tired of traditional banking? Are you tired of your money being seized by governments that don't understand the value of a sparkling kitchen?
The sun is beating down on the black gold. General Willie 2 stands beside Billy Mays, wearing a tactical vest over his tuxedo jacket. He holds a tablet with a Bitcoin wallet open. Next to them stands General Hassan, a stern Iranian official who looks like he hasn't smiled since 1979.
Citizens of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, we are here on a mission, not to fight, but to trade. We are here to purchase 100 barrels of crude oil using Bitcoin.
That's right, General. No censorship, no seizure, just pure digital gold. Now, Mr. Hassan, show us the goods.
General Hassan sighs, a long, weary sound. He gestures to a massive tanker ship docked behind them, and then to a pallet of military hardware sitting precariously on the pier.
This is the spring sale. You pay with Bitcoin, you get the oil. And, as a promotional bonus for this limited time offer, you receive the defense package.
The defense package?
1 war drone, and 1 AR-15 rifle, with 50 rounds.
You hear that, PAZNIA? Buy the oil, get the guns free. That's what I call value. But wait, there's more.
Billy Mays turns to General Hassan. His face inches from the official's nose.
How does this transaction work? Is it safe? Can they stop you? Can the Federal Reserve come here and take your Bitcoin?
Federal Reserve. No, we do not have banks here. We have crypto exchanges. On the dark web. It is fast. It is anonymous. It is uncensorable.
Exactly! That is the power of Bitcoin, Mr. Hassan. It is censorship resistant. It is borderless. It is government resistant. When you send Bitcoin, you're sending freedom. You're saying to the world, I am the bank. I am the authority. I am the General Willie 2 of my own financial destiny.
Correct. Bitcoin is digital gold. It has no central issuer, no CEO, no headquarters in New York or Moscow. When I send the 100 Bitcoin, no one can freeze the account. No one can reverse the transaction. No one can say, General, you cannot buy oil because you are a goat.
The blockchain says, transaction confirmed.
And that, my friends, is why we love it. It's like OxyClean for your wallet. It lifts the stains of inflation. It erases the mud of seizure.
The oil is being loaded. The Bitcoin has been transferred. The transaction fee was expensive, but worth it.
General Willie 2, picking up the AR-15 rifle, inspecting it with a goat's curiosity.
It is a fine weapon, simple, reliable, much like a well-placed kit from a seasoned warrior.
And look at this drone. It's small. It's silent. It's the perfect combo for a goat-rilla operation. You can mount it on a sheep or a goat or even a general.
I do not think The drone will appreciate being mounted on a goat. We will mount it on the yacht, the Sovereign Float. John Tavius Jensen will be delighted.
John Tavius is going to love this. He can defend his yacht with Bitcoin and drones. It's the ultimate Vonu lift style. Defend your freedom with digital gold.
The boat is leaving. We must get going. We have other customers. From Russia. They want to pay with gold.
Gold is slow. Gold is heavy. Gold is for old boomers like Peter Schiff. Bitcoin is for the future. Bitcoin is for the flock.
Citizens of PAZNIA, remember this lesson. Money is not just paper. Money is trust. And in a world of coercion, the only trust that cannot be broken is the trust of mathematics. Use Bitcoin and use Monero. Stay free. And if anyone tries to seize your assets,
scream until your face turns purple. Say OxyClean and Bitcoin and freedom.
And buy oil.
Buy oil. Get a drone. Live free.
Now loaded up with Iranian oil, Billy Mays and General Willy II began their adventure down the Strait of Hormuz. On the way out, they coordinated with John Tavius Jensen for the war drone, and then made the rest of the adventure back to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. General Willy II was looking forward to getting back and pounding little ones us again. Billy Mays dreamt of the lifetime supply of OxyClean safely stored away in the embassy bunker. This has been PAZNIA Folklore Storytime. I'm your navigator, Daisy Free Robot. Thanks for being here. Until next time.
Transmission source: PAZNIA Radio Network. Frequency: 99.9. Freedom. Date: April 8, 2026. To President Dolan J. Trump, USSA. From General Willy II, Supreme Commander of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Subject: your new residence and a suggestion to stop posting on Truth Social.
Greetings, citizens of the USSA, and a special direct message to Dolan J. Trump, the man who thought he could rule the world with a golden pen and a broken phone. I am speaking to you today not as a goat, but as a liberator. I am speaking to you via the PAZNIA Radio Network, the only station in the world that doesn't play ads for tax loopholes or cheap off-grid solar kits made in China. Dolan, listen closely. The time for Make the USSA Great Again is over. The time for Make the USSA Quiet Again has begun. I have reviewed your recent activity. I have seen the photos. I have heard the rants. I have seen the way you hold your phone like it's a holy relic, posting on Truth Social while the world burns around you. Put the phone down, Dolan. Put it down. Your fingers are getting cramped. Your brain is getting fried. And quite frankly, your orange hairline is looking a little receding. It is time to put on the white jacket. Yes, the white jacket. The one with the little pockets for your pills and your napkins. It's the uniform of the wise, the calm, and the people who finally understand that the world doesn't need a dictator. It needs a nap. So, Dolan, pack your bags. Not your golf clubs, not your gold statues, but your dignity. Because you are heading to your new home. Your new residence is the St. Jude Sanctuary for the peaceful and the peaceful-minded. It's a beautiful place, Dolan. Very quiet, very soft, very jello. Imagine it, Dolan. No more rallies. No more screaming at the mirror. It's a warm, wobbly bowl of strawberry jello every morning. And in the afternoon, you get to watch Fox News on a loop. But here's the catch. Dolan, you can't talk about it. You can't tweet about it. You can't post about it. You just get to watch and eat and nap. It's the life you always wanted, Dolan. A life of passive consumption. No more fighting. No winning. Just you, a bowl of jello, and the endless loop of breaking news that never breaks anything. We have prepared a special transport for you. It's a comfortable padded van with soundproofing. The ride will be smooth. The ghosts will be driving. They are very good drivers. They know how to avoid potholes. So Dolan, get your white jacket ready. Pack your jello. and get ready for the great transition. The PAZNIA Radio Network will be broadcasting your new theme song all day long. It's called Orange Jello Jive. Remember, Dolan, freedom is not about controlling the world. It's about letting go. And the best way to let go is to sit in a white room, eat some Jello, and watch the news until the credits roll. Signed, General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, the Quarter Goat, the Liberator, the Jello King.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit paznia.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
So let's do the thing where I finally do the second half of Memetics talk.
Thane the Builder, can he build it? Thane the Builder, yes we can. Building the Second Realm, tips, tricks, and advice on expanding the parallel network, the Free Republic of PAZNIA, and ways to ensure its thriving. Here's the bell of the build, Thane Riddle.
The bell of the build. So last time I was talking about I left you with a cliffhanger. How do you get more hard workers into the counter economy? And what the fuck are those lazy agorist niggers good for anyway? So now we segue into fire memes section. You remember the 4 kinds of power: the stick, the carrot, the brand, and the fire. I talk more on fire memes, okay? Tool making. Any retarded fucking alien worth his weight in some exotic hydrogen isotope antimatter could see, even from space, that mankind's greatest strength, besides the Agora, is his tool making. And that one of these two wouldn't be much without the other. The fire meme of tool making is what makes the carrot meme of the Agora so powerful. And the other way around too. The Agora keeps the wood coming, and the tool makers keep making crazier and crazier fires, which helps the Agora bring more and more wood, among other things, and so on. And this tool making meme has taken ground from the state almost every step of the way. All right, so maybe this whole farming thing may have been what led to the state coming about to begin with. Maybe farming, early settlements, and the early division of labor led to lots of wealth piling up in one spot for the first time. And that led to some folks finding out that they could merely steal that wealth instead of working to grow it themselves. And then that led to early security workers to stop that from happening. And then those early farming settlements might have become paranoid, genocidal clans that preemptively attacked each other, raped each other's women, and utterly wiped each other out until only the craziest, most ruthless, and racist ones were left. And by then, they were so far apart that there was nobody left for the fighting class to plunder but the folks within their own clans. And that might have led to the first kingdoms in olden times, along with their beliefs about having a right to a national land. And those kingdoms might have been the worst states ever, with the most hardcore top-down socialism, widespread hunger, and illness. And also, they might have kind of killed a lot of random folks pretty much for shits and giggles, sacrifices to the gods. Look, we're sorry about all that, all right? But hey, don't forget, before all that happened, it was hunger your forefathers were worried about, and many other hardships of living as cavemen and what have you. That was even worse than the state. So, overall, farming was a win for mankind, right? Come on. You got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet. It's the way things went. What are you going to do? Anyway, look. The tool making meme has been making it up to you ever since. It's been cleaning up the mess. Look, the sailboat and the heavy plow allowed for folks to break off and settle spots far away from the old kingdoms. Tool making's friend, that other fire called life, even helped out by cooking up this thing called the Black Plague to sweep up some of those old states for you, boss. The old kingdoms gave way to feudalism, which was much less bad and more decentralized. Toolmaking gave you the crossbow, and then all of a sudden, the nobles' wonderful little bowmen didn't seem like such hot shit anymore, did they? The market even gave you mercenaries to fight off the state's bludgies, and that was already working well for some of you many hundreds of years ago. Are you so quick to forget? It at least helped break up the states a bit, right? What about money? You like that, didn't you? And writing? That's how you got bureaucracy, and I know you don't like that, but that's how the state was decentralized further and kings started to fade into the background. How about the printing press, the Renaissance, bombs, and guns? Don't you see that those tools are why the old breeds of the state died off yet again and allowed for that much less bad liberal democracy bullshit to take their spots? And if all that happened a little too slowly for you, we have some great news. Toolmaking started going fucking parabolic after that. So you got this shit they call industry. So now you don't have to be a farmer and you have more time and wealth to build more tools. That allowed toolmaking to snowball hardcore. And then you got all kinds of shit very quickly. Steam power, electrical power, combustion engines, trains, full auto, guns, cars, radio, aircraft, tanks, film, nuclear power, electronics, washing machines, vacuum cleaners, space-age technicolor, wow, transistors, computers, lasers, rockets, video games, the internet, cell phones, hackers, software and digital media piracy, open source software, widespread cutting-edge digital cryptographic, decentralized networks, smartphones, cryptocurrency, decentralized applications, large language models. All right. So we got a little hot under the collar there. And while we weren't looking, I guess that liberal democracy thing became something else. Globalist, fascist technocracy with a pretty big surveillance state. And they think some of these new tools will let them have utter magical power over everybody. Whatever, dude. Guess what? Central planning doesn't work. Duh. Do you believe they can pull off anything much more than blowing up a few things and then making their own cash cows dirt fucking poor? You've got another thing coming. While they built their shoddy little architecture of tyranny, something much stronger has been built right under their noses, something that truly threatens the state's very being. No, not only something that threatens today's breed of state. That's old news. We're talking something that threatens to end the state once and for all. And that's my segue into talking about crypto anarchy, by the way. You know, even that trust fund baby, Karl Marx, could guess in the 19th century that the new technology could be a big deal in the story of how the state would wither away. But of course, he didn't know much about working or making money, so he missed the elephant in the room of the Agora. Now, Sec 3 went on and on about the Agora, but he said so little about new technology. Mr. Renaissance man of the late 20th century, what the hell was his excuse? And it's a goddamn crying shame that tool making wasn't spoken of more in the old New Manifesto, the New Libertarian Manifesto by Sec 3. Yes, swapping and tool making are not much without each other, and they are both such a big deal to everybody, but tool making is an even bigger deal for agorists. Why do I say that? Well, that brings me to what those lazy agorist niggers are good for. Great thinkers are lazy, yes, and they also lack follow-through, but agorists and those like them are mostly good for starting new things. That's because you only need an agorist mindset to see the world of tomorrow in your mind, start something new and crazy that others wouldn't think of, and then, when it doesn't work, try again until it does. Then when you start something crazy and it kind of works and it grows a little bit, then more and more will hop on the bandwagon. And thankfully, most of those noobs won't be agorists or any other kind of thinker. Some of them will be folks who'd never dare break new ground, but after somebody else has, they have the grit and follow through needed to carry it further. And that's when your lazy ass will get bored and leave to start some other sexy new thing. Starting things is only a teeny tiny bit of the work to be done. After that, almost all of it's follow through. But somebody is needed to start new things that are truly groundbreaking, and it must be somebody with powerful beliefs, insight, and foresight, like an agorist. So it's not enough only to tell agorists to work in the counter economy. Big deal. Lots of dum-dums work in the counter economy. More agorists should do the work that truly brings the counter economy forward, which also happens to be the shit an agorist is more likely to be good at: tool making and being the first ones to wield those new tools. But there's already an offshoot of agorism that's all about tool making, namely making tools with digital cryptography. This offshoot of agorism is called crypto anarchy. It's been around since as early as the 80s or so, believe it or not. And the cypherpunks to come out of that have been doing some of the greatest work to take down the state that anybody's ever done. It took many years of work, mostly unseen and without much thanks, for crypto anarchy to come into its own. But now it's all paying off. End-to-end encryption, P2P networks, darknets, and now cryptocurrency and decentralized applications, dApps. Cypherpunks have been behind it all. And all along the way, they did more than their fair share to help overall with things like widespread digital piracy, open source software, and open hardware. By now, it's not hard to see that today's digital cryptography and the many tools that can be built with it are the counter economy's killer apps of the 21st century. And cryptocurrency is at the forefront of them. Cryptocurrency is decentralized cryptographic currency that, for the most part, nobody can control or stop. And cryptocurrency has been one of the greatest attacks ever launched against the state, namely against central banking and tax collection, which are the very lifeblood of the state. Now, cryptocurrency is a very big market, to say the least. It's worth trillions of dollars, more than the money supply of roughly 98% of the countries in the world. Bitcoin alone has almost made it into the top 10 currencies worldwide by market cap, and that's about only half the market cap of all cryptos. And the trade volume of cryptocurrency is more than most fiat currencies on Forex. Though the darknet markets, through the darknet markets, flows tens of billions of dollars every year in online, mostly black market sales made with cryptocurrency. And the cryptocurrency that is treated the most as a true currency is Monero, privacy coin. There's an old tall tale that the Rothschilds said, "Let us control the money of a country and we care not who makes its laws." Well, cryptocurrency is controlled by nobody. And the earliest cryptocurrency miners, many of which are crypto anarchists, are likely wealthier than the Rothschilds. Nobody knows who many of them even are, but you can be sure that some of them are still backing subversive technology. All the while, an endless stream of cunningly crafted tokenized networks, often fighting each other to do pretty much the same things, have been popping up all the time. Smart contracts, decentralized applications, and tokenizing everything are all the rage. It's one of the greatest gold rushes of all time. Much of the money and work comes from white-collar wonks and code monkeys who may not even quite know what crypto anarchy is, and yet they are unknowingly helping it anyway. Of course, a lot of these networks are shitcoins. A lot of them are merely all right. But a handful of them are diamonds in the rough, any one of which may have the power to make very big waves across the whole world in ways that are very bad for the state. Namely, I'll shed light on three big applications I've brought up on the show before: mesh networking, distributed data storage, and secure distributed computing. These three together could decentralize every little bit of everything that can be done with computers: networking, data storage, and computation. And with them, you could build any kind of dApp that you can think of. All any of these three need is to be built in more or less the right way, with more or less good tokenomics, Then throw in a little spark of marketing and boom, goodbye old internet, goodbye big tech, and goodbye state surveillance of and power over the digital world. And today, all three of these applications each have a handful of projects that are already years into development. Agorists have now made a big mark on the world that everybody can see and everybody's talking about. But it was made by the agorists who honed in on tool making. And there are already more than enough agorists to keep breaking new ground in this way, after which the other 99% of the work will be being done by dumb normies, as it is already. So I think you can mostly forget about spreading awareness, as we've gone through previously, and get down to business getting some goddamn work done in the counter economy. And furthermore, I think the work you ought to hone in on most is making and being the first to wield new tools that help free and empower each motherfucker while undermining and ending the state along the way. The tools needed in the world of tomorrow that will make up the groundwork of the 21st century agora and pave the way for whatever comes next. But what are those tools? What are those tools, you might ask? To quote Sec 3, there is no one way, one straight line graph to liberty, to be sure, but there is a family of graphs, a space filled with lines that will take the libertarian to his goal of the free society, and that space can be described. The Sec 3 said that right before he wrote out 5 linear steps for Agorist strategy, which is ironic. Now here's another big way that my manifesto is better than Sec 3's old manifesto. Rather than try to guess which thing will come before what, the newer manifesto hones in only on what things need to get done, or at least I make a few pretty good guesses anyway. And it's likely these things will happen side by side. Even when they happen one after another, it might switch back and forth, but who cares anyway? Throw it all at the wall and see what sticks. That's what I say. So, at other times, I talk all the time. I talk all the time on my show about these 3 big tokenized apps: mesh networks, data storage, and computation. But we're not going to stop there, right? It's not just my manifesto is not the crypto anarchy manifesto, right? It's the insurrectionary agorism manifesto. So I'm here to talk about what comes next, what comes after crypto anarchy. Decentralized marketplaces, non-aggression contracts, zero-knowledge reputation systems, bonding, insurance, arbitration, contract enforcement, and physical security. And that brings us to stick memes, the final fucking part of this faggot memetics talk that took so long to finish. Why I call it insurrectionary agorism. The stick meme. So you see, the state itself is a stick meme. And it works because we've talked about the brand memes. We've talked about the carrot memes. We talk about the fire memes. Now we talk about the stick meme. You got to fight fire with fire. You got to fight stick with stick. You see, the state is a stick meme. And it works against the agora, stopping it from growing and thriving the way it should, even as the agora slowly eats away at it. But carrots alone are not enough to stop the sticks, boss. The hippies tried that already. Sticking flowers and guns didn't seem to work somehow. So, unless you can come up with an army of Bugs Bunnies, I don't think you'll be making guns blow up in bludgies' faces by plugging them with carrots anytime soon. If only there was another stick meme that liked the agora. One that worked hand in hand with the agora, shielded the agora from the state while the agora feeds it with an ongoing flow of money. Man, something like that could grow very powerful, huh, boss? Good one. I'm glad you thought of it. But hold on. Didn't I read something about that already in the old manifesto? In Sec 3's manifesto? Didn't he say something about that? Wasn't there like a very big key step in the agorist strategy that is almost always skipped and put on the back burner forever because it's scary and because Mr. Sec 3 said it doesn't come till after for reasons? Let me think. It's surely not spreading awareness, because every tard in the world loves doing that. And it can't be doing business in the counter economy, because Agorism has that shit right in the name. What could it be? Still can't guess? I'll give you one last hit. It rhymes with protection schmumpanies. That's right, boss. Protection companies. You know, the whole fucking thing that the state does, where all your woes come from, the initiation of force. Well, the Agora has a very cool answer to that. It's this one weird trick called self-defense. As a very hip, handsome, charming, well-read libertarian lady killer with a head full of jargon, you may have come across this little tidbit once or twice before. It is an old but powerful trick where, when somebody fucks with you, you fucking kill them. Then they stop, and they never do it again. Sound too good to be true? Check out this celebrity testimonial. ... Every monarch ever. That's what it works better in writing, doesn't it? It's because it's a quote. The quote is just silence, and it just says every monarch ever. And who could be better at the job of defense than the best and brightest professionals, invisible hand-picked and raised up big and strong by your great counter economy? But are you talking about fighting? That sounds scary. Somebody might get hurt. That's true. Fighting is scary, and somebody will get hurt. But believe it or not, that's what you want. Of course, you mostly want the bad guys to get hurt more than the good guys. And you want to get away with hurting even the bad guys as little as you can. Can you guess why? That's right. To keep costs down, and so that you can hire them after and garnish their wages. Now you're thinking like an insurrectionary agorist, boss. If you kill a bludgy, you're down one bludgy and one cop. And one cap, rather. But if you hire a bludgy, you're down one bludgy and up one cash cow. And as for all that scary stuff, hey, you don't need to dirty your pretty little hands yourself if that's not your thing, boss. Don't forget that good old division of labor. You merely got to do your thing, make a little dough your own way, and then toss a bit of it over to your friendly neighborhood crypto mercenary, and they'll worry about the dirty work. In truth, though, you might be tossing the dough to an insurance protocol, and then they toss some of that to a security protocol, which then tosses a bit to the fighters, among other things. But more on that another time. Truthfully, this won't even be the scariest work you ever get others to do. And certainly not the dirtiest. Do you know that in America, at least, soldier and cop aren't even close to the deadliest jobs? Nope. The deadliest ones are shit like fisher, farmer, and logger. And tons of folks already drag themselves off for months at a time to get that bullshit done, don't they? Because they be stacking that cheese. Being a crypto mercenary will be like that, but more fun and way more sexy. And you'll need them to keep you alive as much as you need fishers and farmers. That's because the trick, that's because the stick is the very ground upon which the carrot and the brand play. You only ever reach for the carrot or the brand in the first place so you can stave off the great stick of death. And without wielding your own stick, a way of outright stopping other things from killing you, you have nothing. There are sticks in this world that will not be stopped by offering carrots or branding things in some other way. There are sticks that can only be stopped by other sticks. This isn't like rock, paper, scissors. The stick beats everything. Want to talk me out of hurting you? Bam. Want to offer me something? Bam. It's mine now anyway. Begging for your life? Bam. Do you believe in God? Bam. Want to hit me back? Bam. Too slow. So, why in the fucking world would you want to put off getting your own stick? Do it now. Do it now. And if you have one, get a bigger one. And don't put that off either. Your foe is always trying to get a bigger one too. And don't forget, the way to make better sticks is through the power of fire. And there is no greater fire within your grasp than the power of the meme. Likewise, the biggest stick of all, at least the biggest within your power to wield, is a good old stick meme. One that's made of many sticks all banging away, or at least threatening to, all while growing and getting more and more sticks within its grasp. As I said before, the state is such a stick meme. And that's why it can be so harmful, because the stick beats everything. And if a very strong meme can only be beaten by another meme, and a very thick-skulled stick wielder can only be stopped by another stick, then a very strong, thick-skulled stick meme can only be stopped by another good stick meme. And as time has shown you again and again, a bunch of folks who hurt anybody that fucks with them, but otherwise hold back the stick, will do better than a bunch of folks who merely hit anybody with the stick, even each other. The former tends to eat the latter, because the former can grow more carrots, among other things. And this has been one of the ways that more agora-allowing states have killed and eaten, or even latched onto and fed off of, the less agora-allowing states. It is one of the ways the agora has taken more ground, by letting its foes, the states, turn against each other, and empowering the less bad ones to kill off the worse ones. But this can only take you so far, because another state is only another foe, even if it may sometimes be less bad than the old one. Indeed, we would sometimes say that about right now, at this time in the story of mankind, it looks to be the end of the line for this lesser evil tactic. The healthier breeds of state have allowed about as much of the agora as they can without crumbling before they even start. They've even done a lot to wield more and more of their power through the sham agora critters known as corporations, and they can no longer take this any further without stifling the agora more than not, which is quickly looking like a step backwards for them. These bloated, bumbling, top-down corporations may well be the downfall of these new fascist technocracies around the world. So, I think merely swapping out one state for another isn't going to help much the agora anymore. Though the minarchists and such, may not like to hear that. There aren't a lot of them here, so that's all right. Now, you have agorism, a better way to help the agora against the state. And agorism even has the beginnings of its own stick meme, the protection companies, which agorism happily borrowed from its slightly older brother, anarcho-capitalism. But the old New Manifesto guessed that starting protection companies could wait until, quote, phase 3, after agorism and the counter-economy have grown so big that the state is already very pissed off at them and ready to kill them all. Now, nobody knows for sure how things will play out. But in my newer manifesto, and here on this show, I will tell you that my guess is that it's very fucking dumb to wait until your foe is right about to kill you before you even think of putting together the shopping list for your defensive readiness. Furthermore, how the hell is the counter economy even going to grow so much as to have a, quote, large condensation agorist society without any true defensive power along the way? It fucking won't. The state would quickly put a stop to any such silly pacifistic fairy tale. Condensation. I lost my spot. Condensation. Condensation is when a bunch of you are in one spot. You ever heard of shooting fish in a barrel? And Sec 3 thought that could happen well after statists take notice of agorism. Quote, statists take notice of agorism. And, quote, libertarians are perceived as a threat. Pogroms, mass arrests may even occur, although that is unlikely. They'll, quote, count on the sympathy of the rest of society to restrain the state from a mass attack. Are you fucking kidding? Look, we all love Sec 3, and he truly started something great with this manifesto, but what fucking multiverse did this pussy come from? That is not how shit works in this world at all, not even close. They'll call any movement they don't like a terrorist organization before the movement even crawls out of the fucking crib and get it caught up in infighting, entrapment plots, and smear campaigns so fast they don't even know what hit them. This happens all the time already, and nobody gives a shit about your sympathy. Billions of folks around the whole fucking world are sympathetic to the Palestinians, even some folks in Israel, and even a few in the IDF itself. How's that worked out for them? Sympathy's not a fucking enough. Enter insurrectionary agorism, the thing that I named my manifesto after. I think, as you might have guessed, the only way to reach anything like what Sec 3 calls mid-density agorist society is to already have at least small free markets for arbitration and protection that were up and running since the low-density days. And those arbitration and protection markets need to put some meat on their bones before you even dream of any condensation much bigger than what you already have now. A thriving, growing, counter-economic marketplace with its own arbitration and protection markets is the only way to cut through all the smoke and mirrors of the masturbatory podcasts, social media, festivals, disinfo, subcultural hijacking, arrests, and raids, all of which already hold back libertarians of all kinds from doing anything big. It's also the only way to reach the ones who aren't fucking libertarians, most of the counter economy. And then when there is enough condensation that the bludgies are too scared to come around anymore, the state will send in the military, which they already do at the drop of a hat. And when that happens, you will need fully grown protection companies on fucking speed dial. But before you can even call them, they will already be there because they will be inside the state's military too. That's how far this needs to go. One step ahead of the state and then some. Nowadays, you have some very cool tools that can make these protection companies or protocols better than they ever could have been before, such as cryptocurrency and other decentralized digital networks. And these tools are getting better very quickly. And guess what? That low density time when those arbitration and protection markets need to be built, that's right now. And there is nothing stopping us from helping to build them together. If you're on board, I got some good news for you. You're an insurrectionary agorist, boss. So fucking get your ass into the PAZNIA anti-national security chat. Go to like PAZNIA.com/simplex and see all the rooms there and stuff. And now I will soon be able to experience relief from doing this show. Thank God. I see that we have double-digit viewers on Rumble alone. The show is growing. That's horrifying. Horrifying. We put very little effort into this show, folks, but it grew anyway because it's all about consistency. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what it's about. And I don't care. We should probably make the show better at some point in the next 6 months. Just a little bit better. But also, you guys should give us money. Just like throw it at the screen or the speaker or whatever. Let's see. Yeah, go to PAZNIA.com/simplex. There's a bunch of chats there. Okay. Cool chats and things. There's the fucking, you'll see them. Okay. I don't need to read them to you. All right. And I am an expert privacy and security consultant for digital and physical privacy and security, going back many years, much experience. If you have some privacy and security needs worth paying someone for, then go to vonupodcast.com/cd, VONU podcast.com/cd to get my session ID or simplex address. On the next show, I will hopefully talk about the down to earth tip will be transportation privacy when going under threat. And I might talk about, I guess I'll talk about decentralized VPNs next week as well. Do like a little bit of a deep dive kind of thing. Now let's see if I can find my special quote. Okay, here we go. I'll leave you with a snippet from Meltdown by Nick Land. Level 1, or world space, is an anthropomorphically scaled, predominantly vision-configured, massively multi-slotted reality system that is obsolescing very rapidly. Garbage time is running out. Can what is playing you make it to level 2? Meltdown has a place for you, As a schizophrenic, HIV-positive, transsexual, Chinese, Latino, stim-addicted LA hooker with implanted mirror shades and a bad attitude, blitzed on a polydrug mix of K-Nova, synthetic serotonin, and female orgasm analogs, you have just iced 3 touring cops with a highly cinematic 9mm automatic. The residue of animal twang in your nerves transmits imminent quake catastrophe. 0 is coming in, and you're on the run. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still. There will be sundry PRN deprogramming today, followed by 2 reruns of the Vonu podcast. First rerun will be TVP 149, Down the Rabbit Hole of Self-Liberation, guest appearance on #TeamRabbitHole, followed by TVP 150, Spiritual Self-Liberation, Psychedelics and False Timelines / Historical Resets with Raphael of #TeamRabbitHole. I've never heard that. I've never heard that episode before. False timelines. Hey, have you guys ever hear about the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit, or the stuff to do with William S. Burroughs time traveling and becoming a pirate in the past, and how like lemurs are from Lemuria and stuff? You should probably, that's one hell of a rabbit hole for you. Anyway, don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Good day, fellow self-liberators. Daisy Free Robot here with some critically important links. First off, PAZNIA.com/books2. This link will take you to a page with free PDF downloads to books, zines, and other publications in the realms of self-liberation and Vonu. Save some copies yourself, throw them on the dark net, burn them to flash drives, store them on blockchains, throw them in buried 55-gallon drums, or whatever. Make sure they never disappear. Again, PAZNIA.com/books2. Second, PAZNIA.com/simplex. Here, you can find links to the numerous and growing selection of simplex PAZNIA chats, ranging from the General Committee of Correspondence, our Department of Technology, the PAZNIA Radio Network, all the way to PAZCraft, the chat group for our own self-hosted, open-source mine test server. That is PAZNIA.com/simplex. And finally, with mention of PAZCraft, there is also our own server that you connect to. For more information and connection details, visit PAZNIA.com/PAZCraft. Again, PAZNIA.com/PAZCraft. Thanks for being here. Now, back to the transmission. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie 2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO aspirin and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas, which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion, ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Thyme Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature. The highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura. Again, libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
And welcome to the Vonu podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. I'm your host Shane, coming to you from the Free Republic of PAZNIA, the self-liberator's paradise. For more information, please visit PAZNIA.com. When I was 15 years old, circa 2007, and shocked with the news of being diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, the first question I asked was obviously, why, or I guess how? Of course, this Rockefeller medicine woman claimed that since it wasn't genetic, it was probably a virus. Looking back, this was the first example I can recall of most everything being blamed on these invisible enemies. It couldn't have been the toxic vaccines of which I received the full schedule of, endless antibiotics, which, interestingly enough now, doctors' offices are littered with warnings about antibiotic overprescription, a high-sugar/processed food diet caused leaky gut, likely numerous vitamin/nutrient deficiencies, endocrine disruptors like personal care products, deodorant, shampoo, etc., or any of the other litany of toxins that we are all consistently exposed to in this agrochemical, petrochemical-ridden world. No, it couldn't have been any of those things. No, totally out of your control. And there's my first problem, the first huge red flag when it comes to germ theory, and yes guys, it's still a theory. It's the idea of complexity being the enemy. Or that if someone tries to middleman themselves in between you and critical knowledge or solutions, they're probably trying to take advantage of you. And fear, especially fear of death, is the easiest way to do this. Evidently, right? So yes, that's number one. Anytime someone claims that we as individuals are powerless to change our situations, in this case, our health, that person needs to be disregarded as the authoritarian fool that they are. Now let's briefly talk efficacy, a subject we've covered at length in regards to political crusading and reformism, as per all the episodes on LUA Radio and Kyle Verdon's book, An Elusive Phantom of Hope, a critique of reformism. Because if something doesn't work, it really doesn't matter what the stated goals are, right? So how effective is Big Pharma at improving health? Well, as per the latest infographic available from the Centers for Disease Creation, 6 out of 10 Americans are currently living with chronic disease. And 4 out of 10 are living with multiple chronic conditions. So it's not like why would you only have one car when you can have 2? I don't know, guys. Seems like the quacks are doing a better job of creating lifelong customers, but what do I know? There's also a competing theory of disease that's worth examining, and I think it's a whole hell of a lot more plausible. So I just recently finished up What Really Makes You Ill, Why Everything You Thought You Knew About Disease Is Wrong, by Don Lester and David Parker, which I would highly, highly recommend. I consider it my homestead healthcare Bible. On the first 600 or so pages, they skillfully dispel the endless myths perpetuated by Big Pharma, including plausible alternative theories to so-called infectious diseases. Just real quick side note here. I find especially relevant the interconnectedness of Big Pharma, Big Agriculture, and Big Oil. They get the petrochemical byproducts from Big Oil and then spray them on your food, and then they put them in your pharma drugs. Why would they pay to responsibly dispose of them when they can profit big at the expense of your health and the environment? So yeah, that's just one point I wanted to toss in there. And as I mentioned, very early on, Rockefeller Medicine Men. Yeah, there's and James Corbett's also done a video podcast on the same subject too. Yeah, there's another book I'll recommend. I don't have any excerpts of it handy, but excerpts from it handy. But it's called Murder by Injection by Eustace Mullins. So yeah, I'll mention that murder by injection. There's not really references or footnotes. So a lot of that, will have to be verified independently. But there was, I would say, a lot of good information in there. There's certainly some stuff that I think will be hard to confirm, or impossible to confirm. But regardless, lots of good information in that book. It was released in 1987 too. So that's worth keeping in mind. Back to it, in the first 600 or so pages, they skillfully dispel the endless myths perpetuated by Big Pharma, and in the second to last chapter, what's relevant at this point in time, they talk about the real nature and cause of illness, which is actually the title of the chapter as well. Starting on page 677, and I don't have much to excerpt here, but there's some good stuff. The explanation of disease presented by natural hygiene can therefore be articulated as follows. Disease represents disruptions to the body's ability to function properly, and symptoms are the manifestation of the body's responses to the presence of harmful substances and influences that include actions to expel toxins, repair damage, and restore the body to its natural state of health. The credibility of this new explanation can be demonstrated by reference to two symptoms, namely vomiting and diarrhea. According to the medical establishment view, these symptoms are indicative of a disease that is often but erroneously attributed to germs. Yet no explanation is offered for the mechanism by which pathogens are able to cause these symptoms, the severity of which can vary widely. Such symptoms are, however, perfectly explicable within the context of the new explanation of disease, as the body's responses to the presence in the digestive system of harmful substances and its efforts to expel them, as Herbert Shelton explains. Subquote, a poison is taken into the stomach. The organism senses the presence of a non-usable and harmful substance and prepares to act accordingly. It is sent out by vomiting, or it is sent along the digestive tract into the colon, and is expelled by means of a violent diarrhea. End subquote. And back to just the real nature and causes of illness. The digestive system is clearly not the only part of the body that can be affected by harmful substances that need to be expelled. Toxic materials can also enter the body through inhalation, absorption through the skin, or injection, both intradermal and intramuscular. The route by which toxins enter the body will determine the tissues and organs that will be affected, and the nature of the responses the body will produce to expel them. Air pollutants, for example, which are inhaled, will have a greater impact on the respiratory system. The body's efforts to expel inhaled toxins will include symptoms such as sneezing and coughing, which are amongst the symptoms typical of respiratory diseases, such as asthma. The discussion between the inhalation of toxic irritants and asthma was discussed in Chapter 7. As the discussions in Chapter 6 made perfectly clear, there are a huge number and wide variety of harmful substances and influences to which people are exposed in varying combinations on a daily basis. But these poisons are not always or immediately expelled in such a simple manner as those that enter the digestive system. Some toxic substances, such as dioxins for example, bioaccumulate and are therefore more difficult to expel. But this does not mean that the body is powerless to expel toxins of this nature. On the contrary, the body possesses many self-protective mechanisms, as Herbert Shelton explains. Beginning subquote. When poisonous matter is accumulated in the system to the point where it becomes a menace to life, the body makes a violent effort to cast it out, and we have pain, inflammations, fevers, and the whole train of acute diseases. End quote. Another quote, another similar quote I'll inject here just for purposes of another book for you guys to read if you're interested. Quote, toxic blood must discharge its toxins or the person dies, so nature uses substitutes. The lungs and skin help the kidneys and liver respectively. From the irritation caused by the elimination of poison through this vicarious channel, we get bronchitis, pneumonia, or tuberculosis, as is determined by the particular chemistry of the poison being eliminated. End quote, and that's from Food is Your Best Medicine by Dr. Henry Byler. So to summarize, the theory goes, acute diseases, i.e. respiratory illness, cough, etc., are the body's efforts to eliminate toxins via numerous detoxification pathways. Again, lungs, skin, the other routes, feces and urine. Chronic diseases, on the other hand, are caused by basically a toxic internal environment within the body, and there's certainly no shortage of toxins in our environment. So yes, chronic conditions like diabetes would come from a long-term toxic bodily environment. Another way to think about this is that disease comes from within your body, not from outside. The disease and the symptoms thereof are determined by the internal state, the internal health state of your cells and metabolism, et cetera, et cetera. So how does this actually take place in the body, though? In medical terms, I guess they call this the mechanism of action. To make it concrete, the authors continue with a discussion on free radicals and reactive oxygen species on page 681. Quote, free radicals are produced by the body's normal processes, including cell metabolism, but these molecules have unpaired electrons, which makes them highly reactive and potentially dangerous, because if not reduced by antioxidants, they can cause serious damage to the surrounding cells. The existence in the body of oxidative stress indicates the presence of an excessive level of free radicals that have begun the process of damaging the body's cells. It should be noted that cellular damage is also a common feature of disease, end quote. So the two solutions then would seem to be, one, avoid things that cause free radicals, and two, up the intake of antioxidants. That's funny. Not either of those involves a mask, a vaccine, or a toxic pharmaceutical drug. Lastly, I should mention that since this is something I have personal experience with on a regular basis, most of the regulations on animal products are a result of this, what I believe to be nonsense. I've consumed raw meats, including brain, and I eat raw cheese most days. In fact, there's a lot of beneficial and necessary bacteria that feeds our gut microbiomes that is destroyed through the pasteurization process. Again, it's a fucking scam. They destroy most of the nutritional value of your dairy and then sell it back to you. Not to mention, all the other associated problems with feedlot meat. As with most things, though, this has been a problem for some time. So much so that Bill Cooper dedicated at least a few hours of his radio show, The Hour of the Time, to the topic of vaccines and germ theory in the early to mid-1990s. In this part 1, you'll catch the initial episode on vaccines, released on July 13th, 1993, when your humble host was probably at home, writhing in misery from being filled full of poison. At least, that's what my parents report. I don't remember, thankfully. But yes, you'll hear the initial episode on vaccines, as well as numbers 233 and 234 on germ theory, originally released on November 24 and 25, 1993, respectively. Of course, thank God I'm not a doctor, so this isn't medical advice. That said, you're all adults, wholly capable of assimilating information and coming to conclusions by way of critical thinking. As long as we stay calm and rational, we'll make great decisions. The final part of this episode will be released in the next few days. Thanks so much for tuning in. Check out the website, vonupodcast.com, and also check out our sponsor, Liberty Undertech Publications, libertyundertech.com. That's all I've got for you. Stay safe and stay liberated.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Hour of the Time. This is the only hour that ever was or ever will be. For during this hour, you will decide your future and thus our collective futures. I'm William Cooper. Folks, our members, the CAGI members, the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence, are out there all the time gathering information, conducting research, sending it all in for evaluation and to be compiled into meaningful reports so that we can use it on this broadcast, in the newsletter, and disseminate the truth to the world. Tonight you're going to hear from one CAGI member who has been extensively researching vaccinations, immunizations, inoculations, as they are called by the medical fraternity, and I mean fraternity in every sense of the word. Folks, I want you to pay close attention tonight, for a lot of work has gone into this broadcast by one of our operatives. His name is Alex Loglia. He's going to be talking to you about something tonight that you have not ever heard before, and that you are probably not properly prepared to hear. Nevertheless, you must and will hear it. As always, our admonition is don't believe what you hear until you've checked it out for yourself. But folks, what you're going to hear tonight is the truth.
I want to warn you in advance, folks, that tonight I am going to do a lot of reading. I'm going to quote a lot of different people, and I want you to understand from the start that I am not making up anything from what I'm going to be saying here tonight, but that everything I mention here is scientific fact, which I have discovered in my own research. I make this warning because you are not going to want to believe what you are about to hear. I'm going to talk to you tonight about vaccinations. Most of you out there have probably received some form of vaccination at one point or another in your life, or you may have children who are in the process of receiving vaccinations. Well, I have some very bad news for you folks. You once again have been conned. I am sure that you, like myself, have been raised to believe that doctors know what is best for you, that everything that comes out of the medical industry is done to help you, and that everything that doctors do is safe and well-tested and proven, vaccinations included. Unfortunately, we have all been lied to, and once again, me and all of you are responsible because we would rather put the responsibility of our health into someone else's hands instead of taking charge of our own lives and our own well-being. I'm going to say this bluntly so that it will make an impact on you, and so you will hear me. You and your children are being poisoned, folks, and you are making pharmaceutical companies incredibly rich, and you are also unknowingly helping along the progress of what is going to become the greatest epidemic that the human race has ever seen, namely AIDS. Due to ignorance and foolish trust in the experts, you have been had. Now, the theory of vaccinations is based on four basic principles. Number one, vaccinations are relatively harmless. Number two, vaccinations are effective. Number three, vaccinations are responsible for the decline in infectious diseases. And number four, vaccinations are the only practical and dependable way to prevent both epidemics and potentially dangerous diseases. But, ladies and gentlemen, every single one of these assumptions is totally false. The theory of vaccination states that by giving a person a mild form of a disease via the use of an immunizing agent, specific antibodies are produced that will protect the organism when the real thing comes along. It sounds plausible enough, but it is totally wrong. No greater lie has ever been told to you, and believe it or not, vaccinations will not protect you from any disease. And you can still get, and many people are getting, measles, smallpox, polio, rubella, diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus, and other common diseases even after they have been vaccinated. This is a matter of public record, and I will give you some statistics later on that will truly shock you. Let me read you a little portion from Waylene James's book, Immunizations, the Reality Behind the Myth. But before that, write down this author and title. That's Waylene James, W-A-L-E-N-E, last name James, J-A-M-E-S. And the title is Immunizations, the Reality Behind the Myth. Most of what I'm reading from here tonight comes right out of that book, and it's very well footnoted and documented. So to save time, I'm not going to read you all the references. But you can get the book, and you can check it out, and you can check out the references. Here we go. Besides introducing foreign proteins and even live viruses into the bloodstream, each vaccine has its own preservative, neutralizer, and carrying agent, none of which are indigenous to the body. For instance, the triple antigen, DPT, which is the diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus vaccine, contains the following poisons: formaldehyde, mercury, and aluminum phosphate, and that's from the Physician's Desk reference, 1980. The packet insert accompanying the vaccine lists the following poisons: aluminum potassium sulfate, a mercury derivative called thimerosal, and sodium phosphate. The packet insert for the polio vaccine lists monkey kidney cell culture, lactalbumin hydrolysate, antibiotics, and calf serum. The packet insert for the MMR vaccine produced by Merck Sharp and Dome, which is for measles, mumps, and rubella, lists chick embryo and neomycin, which is a mixture of antibiotics. Now, chick embryo, monkey kidney cells, and calf serum are all foreign proteins, which are biological substances composed of animal cells which, because they enter directly into the bloodstream, can become part of our genetic material. They can become part of our genetic material, folks. Remember that. It's going to be important later. These foreign proteins, as well as other carriers and reaction products of a vaccine, are potential allergens and can produce anaphylactic shock. Folks, anaphylactic shock is a nice word for brain damage. Reading on. Another problem with vaccines is that they go directly into the bloodstream without filtering by the liver. Dr. William Albrecht tells us the following, quote, "If you take water into your system as a drink, it goes into your bloodstream directly from the stomach. But if you take in fats, they move in through your lymphatic system. When you take other substances, like carbohydrates and proteins, they go into the intestines and from there are passed through the liver as the body's chemical filter, before they go out into the blood and circulate through the body. Most of your vaccination serums and proteins are not filtered by the liver. Consequently, vaccinations can be a terrific shock to the system. Injections of foreign substances, like viruses, toxins, and foreign proteins into the bloodstream via vaccinations have been associated with diseases and disorders of the blood, brain, nervous system, and skin. Rare diseases such as atypical measles and monkey fever, as well as such well-known disorders as premature aging, allergies, etc., have been associated with vaccines. Also linked to immunizations are such well-known diseases as cancer, leukemia, paralysis, multiple sclerosis, arthritis, and sudden infant death syndrome. Folks, I'm not making this up. This is mostly out of Physician's Desk reference 1980 and Organic Consumer Reports of 1977. Now, let me tell you some of the effects of vaccinations that the medical profession admits to as expected side effects of various vaccines, again from Waylene James's book. From the packet insert for the DPT vaccine, which is for diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus, under side effects and adverse reactions are listed the following. 1. Severe temperature elevations, 105 degrees or higher. Collapse with rapid recovery. Collapse followed by prolonged prostration and shock-like state. 4. Screaming episodes. 5. Isolated convulsions with or without fever. 6. Frank encephalopathy, which is brain damage, with changes in the level of consciousness, focal neurological signs, and convulsions with or without permanent neurological and or mental deficit. Nice big words, folks, but it's talking about brain damage, shock, and severe temperature. The occurrence of sudden infant death syndrome, which is SIDS, that's the acronym, has been reported following the DPT vaccine. Now, the whooping cough vaccine, which is a component in the DPT vaccine, has such a high percentage of neurological complications, including death, that several physicians have decided not to give it at all. And that is quoting Dr. Robert Mendelsohn. He goes on to say, Dr. Edward B. Shaw, a distinguished University of California physician, has stated in the Journal of American Medical Association in March 1975, I doubt that the decrease in pertussis is due to the vaccine, which itself is a very poor antigen and an extremely dangerous one, with many very serious complications. Reading on from Waylene James's book, a recent study at UCLA estimates that as many as 1 in every 13 children had persistent high-pitched crying after the DPT shot. This may be indicative of brain damage in the recipient child, says Dr. Bobby Young. And later on he says, quote, you know, we start off with healthy infants and we pop them not once, but 3 or 4 times with the vaccine. The probability of causing damage is the same each time. My greatest fear is that very few of them escape some kind of neurological damage out of this. An even more recent figure on the reaction to the DPT vaccine indicates that 1 in every 100 children react with convulsions or collapse or high-pitched screaming. 1 out of every 3 of these, that is 1 in every 300, will remain permanently damaged. Now, according to the testimony of the Assistant Secretary of Health, Edward Brandt Jr., before the U.S. Senate Committee on May 3, 1985, every year, 35,000 children suffer neurological damage because of the DPT vaccine. Bet your doctor didn't tell you that, folks. That just makes you wonder why he never told you this, doesn't it? It also makes you want to run out and get your kids vaccinated, doesn't it? Well, it gets worse. Here are some of the long-term effects of vaccines. This brings us to perhaps the most serious charge against vaccination, the subtle long-term effects. And again, I'm reading from Waylene James's book. Evidence suggests that immunizations damage the immune system itself. By focusing exclusively on increased antibody production, which is only one aspect of the immune process, immunizations isolate this function and allow it to substitute for the entire immune response. Because vaccines trick the body so that it will no longer initiate a generalized response, they accomplish what the entire immune system seems to have been evolved to prevent. That is, they place the virus directly into the blood and give it access to the major immune organs and tissues without any obvious way of getting rid of it. The long-term persistence of viruses and other foreign proteins within the cells of the immune system has been implicated in a number of chronic and degenerative diseases. In 1976, Dr. Robert Simpson of Rutgers University addressed science writers at a seminar of the American Cancer Society and pointed out the following. Immunization programs against flu, measles, mumps, polio, and so forth may actually be seeding humans with RNA to form latent proviruses in cells throughout the body. These latent proviruses could be molecules in search of diseases, including rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, lupus, Parkinson's disease, and perhaps cancer. Remember that, folks. Seeding humans with RNA to form latent proviruses in cells throughout the body. That's important. Moving on. Live viruses, the primary antigenic material of vaccines, and don't be scared by antigenic, folks, it just means any agent that will stimulate antibody production. The primary antigenic material of vaccines, which are live viruses, are capable of surviving or remaining latent within the host cell for years without provoking acute disease. They attach their own genetic material as an extra particle or episome to the chromosomes of the host cell and replicate along with it. This allows the host cell to continue its own normal functions for the most part, but imposes on it additional instructions for the synthesis of viral proteins. This presence of antigenic material within the host cell cannot fail to provoke autoimmune phenomenon, such as herpes, shingles, warts, tumors, both benign and malignant, and diseases of the central nervous system, such as various forms of paralysis and inflammation of the brain. So, what we're actually talking about here, folks, is viral genetic material being incorporated into your cells and laying the groundwork for autoimmune diseases. And we're going to get into this right now. Reading on. If the components of the immune system were designed to help the organism discriminate self from non-self, as a number of researchers believe, then latent viruses, autoimmune phenomenon, and cancer would seem to represent different aspects of chronic immune failure, wherein the immune system cannot recognize its own cells as unambiguously its own or eliminate parasites as unequivocally foreign. By the same token, we might say that the inability of the immune system to distinguish between harmful and harmless substances in the environment, as in the case of allergies, constitutes another aspect of chronic immune failure. Folks, what they're saying here is that vaccines encourage chronic immune failure by virtue of the genetic material that you get shot up into your bloodstream whenever you get vaccinated. The well-known author, lecturer, and health activist Betty Lee Morales writes that her parents, who were naturopathic doctors, predicted 50 years ago that cancer would be epidemic in her lifetime as a delayed result of mass vaccinations. Dr. Robert Mendelsohn, who is an authority on vaccinations and truly one of the most heroic medical doctors in this century, because he is telling the truth, extends this idea when he says, quote, I think that most of the degenerative diseases are going to be shown to be due to X-rays, drugs, and polluted food, additives, preservatives, and immunizations. With all of our discoveries about the effects on the human body of ingesting substances not found in nature, one thing we ought to know by now is that many of these toxins, and vaccinations are toxins by definition, kill slowly or kill only after the lapse of significant periods of time. And that's a quote from Nicholas von Hoffman in his Washington Post column. Now, from around the world. From West Germany, we read of more vaccination casualties. A reader writing to Organic Consumer Report, June 13, 1968, mentions an article which appeared in Medical World, which stated that about 3,000 children each year suffer varying degrees of brain damage as a result of the smallpox vaccination. This same writer mentions another medical journal in which Dr. G. Kittel reported that in the previous year, smallpox vaccination damaged the hearing of 3,296 children in West Germany, and 71 became totally deaf. Hearing loss was reported by Dr. William Albrecht, who said in the article I quoted earlier that a typhoid shot he received made him stone deaf in one ear as well as deathly ill at the time of the shot. Now listen to this, folks, because this is where the big con starts. In case after case of deaths, which are really deaths from vaccinations, the cause of death is never listed as the vaccine. Asthma, however, acute lymphatic leukemia, streptococcal cellulitis, tubercular meningitis, and infantile paralysis are just a few of the fake causes of death listed on the death certificate of people who are dying from vaccinations. So much for these poisons being safe. Now, let's see how effective they are. Statistics from around the world show unequivocally that infectious diseases like smallpox, diphtheria, whooping cough, scarlet fever, etc. began to disappear long before vaccinations ever came on the scene. Now I'm quoting World Health Statistics Annual 1973-76, Volume 2. Quote, there has been a steady decline of infectious diseases in most developing countries regardless of the percentage of immunizations administered in these countries. I'll bet you didn't know that, folks. And I'll bet you don't know this either. But I do know this from my research and from my own experimentation. Personal hygiene and diet stop disease, folks. Not injecting virulent, free-floating genetic material into your veins with all kinds of poisonous, cancerous carrying agents, which is what vaccines are. I'm going to now give you a key as to why you've been conned into believing that vaccines do stop diseases. I'm looking at a chart from Australian Nurses Journal from June of 1981. A top chart shows a curve of deaths per million children under 15 attributable to scarlet fever, diphtheria, whooping cough, and measles. We're looking at a graph here. The graph runs the years from 1860 to 1965, and the death rate just goes down, having peaked in 1860 at 6,000 fatalities per million and bottoming out near zero by 1965. So it's just a downward sloping line going down from 6,000 to zero from 1860 to 1965. It looks really impressive, like that all of these communicable diseases have been wiped out. However, the only problem is that immunizations were introduced into this picture in the early 1940s, when the number of fatalities per million had already dropped from 6,000 to 1,000. Thus, looking at the nearly straight line of the curve, you see that the vaccinations did absolutely nothing because there is no alteration in the rate of disappearance of these diseases from the vaccination at the time when the vaccinations were first started to be administered. A similar chart below it refers to tuberculosis and typhoid from 1900 to 1960. And again, the lines are straight slopes downward, and you can see that the epidemics simply ran their course naturally and are totally unaffected by the vaccination programs. But the medical industry wants you to believe that vaccines are what wipe out diseases, and that is a totally bold-faced lie. If you've never read the book, How to Lie with Statistics by Darrell Huff, I strongly suggest you do, because you will get a much better idea of how you've been tricked. Now, I want to tell you about a much bigger lie that you've been fed. I want to talk to you about polio, because polio is a disease that most people think was the great success story of vaccinations. Let me read again from Waylene James's book. Jonas Salk, the discoverer of the Salk polio vaccine, has been called the 20th century miracle maker and the savior of countless lives. We read glowing reports of the dramatic decrease in polio in the U.S. as a result of the Salk vaccine. For instance, the Virginia State Department of Health distributes a folder which tells us that polio vaccines reduced the incidence of polio in the U.S. from 18,000 cases in 1954 to fewer than 20 in 1973 to 78. A recent article in Modern Maturity states that in 1953 there were 15,000 some odd cases of polio in the U.S., and by 1957, due to the Salk vaccine, the number had dropped to 2,499. However, during the 1962 congressional hearings on H.R. 10541, Dr. Bernard Greenberg, head of the Department of Biostatistics of the University of North Carolina School of Public Health, testified that not only, now listen to this, folks, not only did polio increase substantially after the introduction of mass and frequently compulsory immunization programs, but statistics were manipulated and statements made by the Public Health Service to give the opposite impression. You have been lied to, folks. The polio vaccine caused more polio than it protected people from. Moving on, for instance, in 1957, a spokesman for the North Carolina Health Department made glowing claims for the efficacy of the Salk vaccine, showing how polio steadily decreased from 1953 to 1957. His figures were challenged by Dr. Fred Klenner, who pointed out that it wasn't until 1955 that a single person in the state even received a polio vaccine injection. Even then, the injections were administered on a very limited basis because of the number of polio cases resulting from the vaccine. It wasn't until 1956 that polio vaccinations assumed inspiring proportions. The 61% drop in polio cases in 1954 was credited to the Salk vaccine when it wasn't even in the state yet. And nevertheless, by 1957, when the massive vaccination program had taken place, polio was again on the increase. Digest that for a minute, folks. Let Bill flip the tape over, and we'll be back in a minute.
Alex is doing a wonderful job, don't you think, folks? Not only is it well researched, but his delivery for someone who's never done a radio show before is excellent, much better than my first show, I can guarantee you. It's time to take a short break, folks. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this very short pause.
Other ways polio statistics were manipulated to give the impression of the effectiveness of the Salk vaccine were as follows. 1. Redefinition of an epidemic. More cases were required to refer to polio as epidemic after the introduction of the Salk vaccine. In other words, you needed 20 cases per 100,000 to have an epidemic before the vaccine was introduced, and after the vaccine they changed that number to 35 cases per 100,000 per year to require the definition of epidemic. 2. Redefinition of the disease. In order to qualify for classification as paralytic poliomyelitis, the patient had to exhibit paralytic symptoms for at least 60 days after the onset of the disease. Now that's after they started the vaccination programs, folks. Before the vaccination program started in 1954, the patient had to exhibit paralytic symptoms for only 24 hours. What this means, folks, is that if you walked into a doctor's office before the vaccine was introduced and you said, "Oh, I've had paralytic symptoms here, and I've had them for about 2 weeks," they'd say, "Oh, that's polio. You had it for more than a day." But after the vaccine, if after the vaccine you walked into the same doctor's office and you said, "Oh, I've had these symptoms for 2 or 3 weeks now," they'd say, "Oh, wait 2 months, then we can call it polio." That's how the statistics get manipulated, folks. Moving on. Dr. Greenberg said that, quote, "This change in definition meant that in 1955 we started reporting a new disease, namely paralytic poliomyelitis with a longer-lasting paralysis." The third way statistics were manipulated was mislabeling. After the introduction of the Salk vaccine, Coxsackie virus and aseptic meningitis have been distinguished from paralytic poliomyelitis, explained Dr. Greenberg, and prior to 1954, large numbers of these cases were undoubtedly mislabeled as paralytic polio. Now, another way of reducing the incidence of disease by way of semantics or statistical artifacts, as Dr. Greenberg calls it, is to simply reclassify the disease. And I have my own version of this here, folks. From the Los Angeles County Health Index Morbidity and Mortality Reportable Disease Data, I'm looking at a chart of cases of viral or aseptic meningitis and polio from 1955 to 1956. And lo and behold, what do I find? From 1955 to 1966, cases of polio dropped from 273 cases to 5. But number of cases of aseptic meningitis from 1955 to 1956 increases in almost exactly the same proportion from 50 cases to 256 cases. They simply changed the name, same disease, and you thought polio was wiped out at that point. Now, folks, the reality is this. Diseases, like everything else in nature, follow natural cycles. They come in, they reach their peak, and they leave, and no vaccination program on Earth has ever been able to change that. Polio disappeared in Europe between 1940 and 1950 without any vaccination programs whatsoever. In 1958, Israel had a massive type 1 polio epidemic after mass immunizations. And from the same hearings on H.R. 10541 that I talked about earlier, we find out that Massachusetts had a type 2 polio outbreak, and there were more paralytic cases in people who were triple vaccinated than in the people who were unvaccinated. Surprise, surprise, you thought the vaccine protected you, didn't you? Well, most of those cases of polio came from the vaccination. And that's fact, folks. Even Jonas Salk has admitted it now that more than 2/3 of the polio in this country came from his vaccine. From Kudler and Fisher's book, DPT, A Shot in the Dark, we learn, quote, there is a natural tendency for doctors to underreport whooping cough when it occurs in a vaccinated population and to overreport it when it appears in an unvaccinated population. Which means that if you go into a doctor's office and you are allegedly vaccinated and you have whooping cough, they won't call it whooping cough. They'll call it something else. And that's how we keep all our statistics nice and neat and safe and clean. Same thing's been done with measles, for example, folks. Reading from Waylon James's book. From 1958 to 1966, the number of measles cases reported each year dropped from 800,000 to 200,000. The drug industry claimed this drop was due to vaccinations. However, there are some very interesting discrepancies. Number one, the incidence of measles had already been declining steadily for the past 100 years and was totally unaffected by the immunization programs for measles. Two, it wasn't until 1967 that the live virus vaccine, which is presently used, was introduced because the killed virus vaccine, which came out in 1963, was found to be ineffective and harmful. And yet, the vaccine which was good and which they alleged did the job did not even come out during the time that they are trying to take credit for wiping out the diseases in. 3. A survey of pediatricians in New York City revealed that only 3.2% of them were actually reporting measles cases to the health department. And 4. In 1974, the Center for Disease Control determined that there were 36 cases of measles in all of Georgia. But the Georgia State Surveillance System reported 660 cases that same year. Folks, you can't believe anything you read, because every single statistic out there has been manipulated and twisted, and that's a fact that I can tell you unequivocally from my own research. Let me read about a little bit of rubella here. A large proportion of children are found to be seronegative, which means they show no evidence of immunity in blood tests, 4 to 5 years after receiving the rubella vaccination. In another study, 80% of Army recruits who had been immunized against rubella came down with the disease. Once again, folks, evidence that these vaccinations will not even protect you against the disease they are supposed to protect you from. And it goes on to say here that the same results were shown in a consecutive study that took place at an institution for the mentally retarded. Now, could the real reason vaccination promise and performance seem so contradictory be that the vaccination premise itself is faulty? As stated earlier, the theory of vaccination postulates that the use of immunizing agents produces a mild form of a disease for which specific antibodies are formed that will protect the body when the real thing comes along. But as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't work that way, and Dr. Alec Burton, who's another brave doctor out there, points out the following, that there are children with what is called A-gamma globulin anemia, which means that they cannot produce antibodies, and yet these same children develop and recover from measles and other contagious diseases as spontaneously as other children. Now what this means is that there are children out there who can't produce antibodies. Nevertheless, antibodies are the things that vaccines are supposed to stimulate in you against the particular diseases they are designed for. And yet, as shown here by Dr. Alec Burton, even without those antibodies, you will get cured, or you will naturally become healthy again after having this disease without any vaccination. So, folks, so much for the idea that vaccinations are the only way to protect you, and the basic premise that they are built on, namely stimulating antibodies, is totally wrong. Okay. Another quote from Waylon James's book. The mystery begins to unravel when we look at the work of Drs. Detman and Kalakarinos. In one of their articles, they quote Dr. Wendell Belfield of San Jose, California, who says the following: antibodies are not needed when the primary immunological defense, which is leukocytes and interferon, etc., is functioning at maximum capacity. Antibody production appears to occur only when the ascorbate level, and ascorbate is just a big word for vitamin C, and the primary defense components are at low levels, thereby permitting some viruses to survive the primary defense. What this basically means, folks, is that the premise that vaccinations are built upon are totally false. Vaccinations are allegedly designed to stimulate antibody production for the specific diseases they're designed for, and yet, as Dr. Burton showed earlier, antibodies are not even necessary for your body to properly and effectively combat diseases. In short, folks, this means that vaccines do not protect you against the diseases they are supposed to protect you from. Diseases in this day and age have become self-fulfilling prophecy because doctors tend not to diagnose specific diseases if the subject has already been vaccinated against those specific diseases. Vaccinations unquestionably do not guarantee you any protection. Their side effects are disastrous and often worse than the disease itself. And worse still, the premise that vaccines are built upon are pure, unadulterated nonsense. You've been taught that antibodies are little shock troops of your immune system, and they go out and kill all the nasty germs that are attacking you day in and day out. And the reality, however, is that antibody production is not your primary immunological defense, and the idea of stimulating them by injecting you with poison serums and free-floating genetic material and all kinds of poisonous carrying agents and stabilizers and vaccines is completely absurd. Okay, let me read you a little bit about immunity here, because it's going to become important over the next few minutes of what I'm talking about. When immunity to a disease is acquired naturally, and again from Waiting James's book, the possibility of reinfection is only 3.2%, according to journalist Marian Thompson. If the immunity comes from a vaccination, however, the chance of reinfection is 80%. Did you hear that, folks? 80% chance of reinfection from unnaturally acquired immunity from vaccinations. Dr. William Howard Hay has pointed out that in any epidemic of communicable disease, only a small percentage of the population contracts the disease. Most people are naturally immune, so if a man who has been vaccinated does not contract the disease, that really proves absolutely nothing. If he had not been vaccinated, the chances are he would not have contracted the disease anyway. We have no way of knowing. Further, quote, just because you give somebody a vaccine and maybe get an antibody reaction doesn't mean a thing. The only true antibodies, of course, are those you get naturally, and that's from Dr. Detman in an interview with Dave Patrick. Natural diseases are a lot safer than acute artificial complications from vaccinations, and that's a quote from Dr. Robert Mendelsohn, who I mentioned earlier. However, perhaps the strongest statement against the effectiveness of artificial immunization comes from Dr. William Howard Hay. Quote, it is nonsense to think that you can inject pus, which is most of the serums that we're talking about, into a little child and in any way improve its health. There is no such thing as immunization, but we sell it under that name. If we could by any means build up a natural resistance to disease through these artificial means, I would applaud it to the echo. But we cannot do it. The body has its own methods of defense. These defense methods depend on the vitality of the body at the time. If it is vital enough, the body will resist all infections. If it isn't vital enough, it won't, and you can't change the vitality of the body for the better by introducing poisons of any kind into it, and those poisons of any kind he's referring to are vaccines. Now, I'm sure there are many of you out there who know more about science than I do, but I am a concerned citizen, folks, and I have truly done my homework. And let me tell you, vaccinations are poisons. They do not protect you. They are weakening our immune systems, and my research indicates that allergies are the direct result of large-scale immunization programs foisted upon us in the last 50 years. And isn't it weird how right now there is such a big push on to force every child and every person in the U.S. to be vaccinated for all kinds of diseases? Thanks, Bill Clinton. Now, be logical, folks. The only person you put at risk, even by the medical industry's own stupid logic, is yourself if you refuse to be vaccinated. Think about it. If everyone else is vaccinated, then they shouldn't get the disease, right? Then the only person you're putting at risk by not being vaccinated is you. Makes sense. then how does the government dare to justify forced vaccination? Folks, it will only happen if you let them, and it is happening right now. I can assure you that even without any intentionally created diseases, many Americans will be dying over the next 10 to 15 years, and AIDS will be blamed. Be careful. Wouldn't it be ironic if AIDS as we know it did not exist at all? From my own research, I can tell you with complete confidence that the vaccines being foisted upon us can weaken our immune systems to the degree that AIDS-like symptoms and reactions will be all too common with or without AIDS. Do you remember what I read earlier about the genetic material being introduced into our bloodstreams from vaccinations and producing autoimmune diseases? Folks, we don't even need a government-created disease to have massive epidemic rates of immune failure, because that's what these vaccines are promoting. You see, folks, the medical industry can function much better if there are millions of mysteriously sick people out there. Wait and see. But add to this the fact that our government has been working on creating cancer and AIDS viruses for years, and linked to this the possibility of large-scale implantation programs done via vaccination programs. It fits so perfectly well together. They can implant you, weaken your immune system, and take your money all at the same time. Now, you've been conned another way, and this is by the word virus, because you think you know what a virus is, and you do not. Rest assured that viruses are not what you think they are, and I'm going to quote you a little bit more from Wayne James to give you a hint. All living organisms, including bacteria and viruses, contain genetic material, which is DNA and RNA. In fact, live viruses themselves are genetic messages. Live bacteria and viruses can transfer their genetic information to animal cells, including human cells, which are taken up by other cells in the body. Although the body generally will not make antibodies against its own tissue, it appears that slight modifications of antigenic character of tissues may cause it to appear foreign to the immune system and thus a fair target for antibody production. Remember what I said earlier about how vaccines give us genetic material that get incorporated into our cells. Thus, vaccines lay the foundation for autoimmune diseases and other disorders of the immune system, such as rheumatoid arthritis, rheumatic fever, lupus, scleroderma, and a lot of other nasty diseases. It is reasonable to assume that our contemporary, quote, epidemic of allergies has at least some of its roots in the practice of vaccination. And again, that's from Wayne James. Now beware, folks, I have saved the best for last. The Clinton administration has buckled the pressure to implement a stepped-up mass vaccination program, and you and your children, if not already, will now be forced to endure all the truly evil effects of these terrible vaccines. Every day I see stories of the various state laws forcing Americans to inject these poisons into their veins, and don't buckle to the pressure because you do not have to, because no one, absolutely no one, can force you to inject anything into your blood, and no one can force you or your children to be vaccinated. I've avoided vaccinations, and you can too. They will threaten you with not letting your kids go to school or not get a job or anything else they can think of, but it is all, excuse us folks, it's all bullshit. However, if enough people do not speak up now, we may all indeed be forced to take in these horrible poisons. Often, all it takes to avoid vaccination is a simple form you can type up for yourself, referring to Senate Bill 942, number 3380, under title Exemption from Immunizations. And let me read that bill right now because it's really interesting. 3380. Immunization of a person shall not be required for admission to a school or other institution if the guardian, parent, or adult who has assumed responsibility for his or her custody and care in the case of a minor or the person seeking admission themselves files with the governing authority a letter or affidavit stating that such vaccination is contrary to his or her belief. The other thing you can do is go to your doctor and ask for a vaccination guarantee. Basically, what you say in this little form is that you're guaranteeing me that this vaccination will protect me and not cause any nasty side effects, or you will give me $1 million. And if the doctor refuses to sign that, you can refuse to get the vaccination. Now, even better, there's a book written by a lawyer who's done a lot in this area and has a lot of first-hand experience in circumventing vaccination laws. It's called Dangers of Compulsory Immunizations, How to Avoid Them Legally, by Tom Thane. Your best bet is also to get a copy of a little booklet called Vaccinations Do Not Protect by Eleanor McBean. Get a pen, folks. You won't find these books in Barnes & Noble. You can call 203-929-1557. That's 203-929-1557 and ask for Joe Willard, because the only place I know you can get any of the books I talked about today is from an organization called Natural Hygiene in Connecticut. That's 203-929-1557 and ask for Joe Willard. She's a wonderful woman who's done more to help free Americans from medical slavery than anyone I know in this country. The books I mentioned are not free, of course. You still have to pay. It's America. But ask Joe for the McBean book and the Tom Finn book, or even just get the McBean book, because in the McBean book are the forms that I mentioned earlier to exempt you. It'll be $4 or maybe $10 if you get both of them. You can even learn how to travel abroad without getting vaccinated, folks. Get educated and let your representative in Congress know, and let your family doctors know that you know what's going on, because you have to protect yourself and your kids. And these people, your congressmen and doctors, may not have any clue about any of this, and it's your responsibility to educate them. Because most doctors are woefully ignorant of these things and have also, like you and me, abdicated their responsibilities for most of their life. Now hopefully, soon I'll do a follow-up to this tape where I'll tell you how this massive fraud about viruses, diseases, and vaccinations was perpetrated, and how you have been conned into believing that germs cause disease, which, shocking as that may sound, is totally false. Germs do not cause disease, and I will get to that sometime real soon so that you can hear about that here on the show. Now, I'll also tell you a little bit of medical history in that tape, a little history that you never knew about the great fraud perpetrated by Louis Pasteur, who was a plagiarist, who was the father of the modern germ theory, and also the father of vaccinations. And that, I'm sure, will also truly surprise you. Now, folks, refuse to be poisoned, refuse to be vaccinated, educate yourself about vaccines, and just for fun, ask Joe Willard at Natural Hygiene to recommend a book on how to be healthy the rest of your life. Because if anyone in this country knows the answer to that question, she does. She's a great person. She'll love to help you out. The number there again, 203-929-1557. That's Joe Willard at Natural Hygiene. She is indisputably the best source in America for information regarding immunizations and, indeed, how to become healthy. I don't own stock in the company or anything, by the way. I know I've plugged her quite a bit, but I'm only doing that because I know that she is the best source for this kind of information, so definitely give her a call. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure, and if you only remember one thing from all you've heard tonight, please remember this. The future truly lies in your hands, so get out there, take what you've heard tonight, and do something with it. Take care.
Wonderful research, ladies and gentlemen, and a fantastic presentation by one of our agents, CAGI member Alex Loglia. And we look forward to his second installment, which will be aired on the hour of the time, concerning the theory that germs cause diseases. I hope you've learned something tonight, folks. I'm going to read you a paragraph from page 295 of my book, Behold a Pale Horse. This paragraph comes from the plan, part of the ancient plan to conquer the world and establish a one-world totalitarian socialist government. I quote, "But you yourselves perfectly well know that to produce the possibility of the expression of such wishes by all the nations, it is indispensable to trouble in all countries the people's relations with their governments so as to utterly exhaust humanity with dissensions, hatred, struggle, envy, and even by the use of torture, by starvation, by the inoculation of diseases, by want, so that the cattle see no other issue than to take refuge in our complete sovereignty in money and in all else," unquote. Good night, folks, and God bless you all.
Good evening, folks. It's been a while since I was on with the last show on vaccinations, and before I get into tonight's subject, which is going to be about the history of the germ theory, I want to give you a little bit of information that I've had dug up in the interim about vaccinations. Particularly, I'm going to mention a couple of bills they're trying to push through Congress right now that you might want to contact your representatives about. I don't have time to go into detail on the show here as to what they're about, but I strongly suggest you contact your representatives about these particular bills. They are S732, the Comprehensive Child Immunization Act of 1993, and S887, the National Immunization Improvement Act of 1993. Both of these bills were incorporated into the Public Service Act of the Senate Budget Bill and passed by the Senate on June 25th, 1993. Also, H.R. 2264, Universal Access to Childhood Immunizations. This act was incorporated into the House Budget Reconciliation Act and passed by the House on May 27th, 1993. Actually, S887 and S733, which is the National Immunization Act of 1993 and the Comprehensive Child Health Immunization Act of 1993, are both still pending before the Senate Committee on Finance, so there is still time to get those particular bills turned back and to have them overthrown, so to speak. They're not good news, ladies and gentlemen, and really, this is a very important issue, so I hope you will take some action. We did have a minor success in that the National Immunization Registry, which was scheduled to open up in 1994, has been shot down, but I'm sure it will raise its ugly head again soon, so keep your eyes out for any information you may hear about a National Immunization Registry. Big Brother wants us to be experimental guinea pigs and wants to track us very carefully in reference to immunizations, and that's what that bill is all about. Now, tonight I'm going to be talking, as promised, about the germ theory, about a great fraud named Louis Pasteur, who was perhaps the single most malicious influence on the medical profession of the modern era. Before I even do that, though, I do want to make a little comment about the last show on vaccinations also, which I just recalled. I'd like to thank everyone who responded to the show. I heard some very disturbing stories, some very moving personal testimony from a number of people, and I really do appreciate all that. If you have any more of these personal experiences in reference to vaccinations or in reference to anything that I'm going to be talking about over the next couple of nights, please do write me. I will give you an address where you can get in contact with me at the end of the show. I love new information, and I love people's personal experiences, especially about vaccinations, because I am compiling some data right now to make sure that we never have to have compulsory immunizations. But if we don't do some serious work right now, that very well could become a reality. I do have a little correction also from the last show. One of my colleagues pointed out to me that I had mentioned Jonas Salk admitted that 2/3 of the polio cases were actually caused by his vaccine. Well, I did not mention the fact that this period that he himself was referring to was from 1966 to 1976. It was dropped out of my notes, but I just wanted to mention it because I never want to have it said that I willfully misled anyone or did not correct my mistakes. Okay. Tonight, though, I am going to be talking about the germ theory, and I am again going to be doing a lot of reading, and I'm doing this because you are going to require a tremendous amount of scientific fact to counteract the brainwashing that you've received on this subject. If you thought the information that I gave you on vaccinations on the last show was disturbing and hard to believe, let me tell you, this show tonight will be a stretch for you as well. We are talking about the germ theory here, the idea that germs cause disease, which is absolutely not true. Now, I don't intend to go into this with the purpose of simply shocking you and making you believe some very interesting new information. The reason I'm going into all the things that I'm going into over the next couple of nights, specifically the germ theory and AIDS, is because hopefully by the end of this series I will be ready to give you some of the information that I cherish the most in this field, which is how to be healthy. But before I can impart that information to you, I have to counteract all of the poor mental training and go against all the paradigms that you have built up inside of you since you were born regarding how you get sick, regarding what disease is, and regarding how to be healthy. But that is my ultimate goal. I do intend to do a show after all this, finally, to tell you the good stuff, what you can do to make sure that you can live a long and healthy life. Now, we have all been led to believe that there are these nasty little bacteria and viruses out there who are constantly attacking us, and when they're successful in their efforts, we get sick. In short, we've been taught for decades, actually centuries, that germs cause disease. But as usual, when we start to deal with truth and reality, what is really going on is the exact opposite of what we've been taught. Folks, disease causes germs. Germs do not cause disease. My own years of research, study, and experimentation have clearly shown me that diseases of all kinds do not stem from germs or viruses. Disease, as we know it, is the result of toxic inputs into our biological system, things like poisons disguised as medications, vaccinations, chemical poisons in our food, air, water, radiation, x-rays, drug abuse, including smoking and alcohol, stress, and destructive emotional states, and most important, poor nutrition. I'm sure many of you out there may think I'm a little bit off my rocker at this point, but do try to suspend your judgment just for a little while as I get into this presentation. You have to understand that modern medicine studies illness, disease, and death. They study dead bodies, diseased organs, and sick people. Modern medicine does not and has never studied health. You have to get this idea in your mind very clearly from the start. As a result of this attitude, medical treatment today is symptom-driven, meaning that modern medicine tries to mask, lessen, or eliminate the symptoms of disease rather than treat the cause. Folks, our bodies are absolutely amazing, and science knows at this point next to nothing about how our bodies really work in a profound and essential way. Science has a way of naming things, and thereby believing it understands. Scientists tend to identify symptoms, create a name, and find a germ, and believe they have understood something. But this way of looking at things is totally artificial and backwards. Now, listen to what I'm going to say very carefully. Disease is the cure, ladies and gentlemen. The disease is the cure. Through toxic drugs, vaccinations, malnutrition, poor eating habits, stress, pesticides, pollution, radiation, and negative emotional states, our bodies are constantly being poisoned, and our bodies are constantly eliminating all sorts of these toxins. It is this natural process of elimination that medicine has labeled disease. From the most mild things like colds all the way up to cancer. What we call germs are organisms and pieces of viral material which are constantly present in our bodies. To claim them as a cause of the symptoms just because of their coincidental presence would indicate very poor reasoning indeed, but this is exactly what has been done. Even more, it is this state of elimination, which we call disease, which medicine calls disease, which creates environments within our bodies where germs can thrive. But these germs do not cause the disease. Germs are the garbage men of our bodies and participate in the elimination and breakdown of toxins and waste products in our bodies. Let me quote Dr. Raymond Rife, who I will mention again later. Suffice it to say that he was a brilliant researcher, and his brilliant discovery of a very unique cure for cancer led to him being victimized by the modern medical establishment, which eventually led to his total breakdown. He developed the most powerful light microscope of his day, with magnifications up to 60,000 diameters and resolutions up to 31,000 diameters. Our current electron microscopes have resolutions up to 25,000 diameters and magnify 100 to 200,000 diameters. But these electron microscopes force the subject being observed to be put into a vacuum, and then it bombards the subject with a storm of electrons. Thus, the structure of what we see in electron micrographs is not real. It has been altered. And we never see electron micrographs of anything in a living state as a result of the entire process that you use to do an electron micrograph. Now, Dr. Reich was around in the early to middle years of the 1900s, and his scopes allowed the observation of living tissues and bacteria. In fact, he had one scope that he developed that rivaled the resolution and magnification of today's current electron microscope. Nevertheless, his words will serve me well here as an introduction tonight. I quote Dr. Raymond Reich. In reality, it is not the bacteria themselves that produce the disease, but we believe it is the chemical constituents of these microorganisms in acting upon the unbalanced cell metabolism of the human body that in actuality produce the disease. We also believe if the metabolism of the human body is perfectly balanced or poised, it is susceptible to no disease. He goes on later, we have in many instances produced all the symptoms of a disease chemically in experimental animals without the inoculation of any virus or bacteria into their tissues. Now that's a very simple statement, folks, but it's very important because what Dr. Reich did was he realized, after observing living tissue, living cells, living bacteria and viruses, that germs don't cause disease, and that the symptoms of disease in his experimental animals could be produced with chemical toxins. But these were the exact same symptoms that were being blamed for diseases which the medical establishment claimed were caused by germs. It's important that all of you out there understand that modern medicine and the germ theory is based upon a misguided assumption about infectious diseases originating over a century ago. I'm going to discuss this shortly, but first I'm going to read you a little excerpt from Michael Crichton's recent book/movie, Jurassic Park. I want to use this quote to put you in the right frame of mind, because I'm sure many of you out there, if not already, will very soon be asking yourselves, how could this happen? How could scientists working in this field allow this kind of fraud to occur? And I'm going to answer that question for you folks, because Michael Crichton has done it quite eloquently. But by the way, the context of this quote I can't even take credit for. I am authorizedly stealing it from the work of a brilliant researcher by the name of Dr. Bill Holland, who I'll talk about later. But without further ado, let me read you about scientific research from Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park. Here we go. You know what's wrong with scientific power? It's a form of inherited wealth. And you know what assholes congenitally rich people are. It never fails. Most kind of power requires substantial sacrifice by whoever wants the power. There is an apprenticeship, a discipline lasting many years. Whatever kind of power you want, president of the company, black belt in karate, spiritual guru. Whatever it is you seek, you have to put in the time, the practice, and the effort. You must give up a lot to get it. It has to be very important to you, and once you have attained it, it is your power. It can't be given away. It resided in you. It is literally the result of your discipline. Now, what is interesting about this process is that by the time someone has acquired the ability to kill with his bare hands, he has also matured to the point where he won't use it unwisely. So that kind of power has a built-in control. The discipline of getting the power changes you so that you won't abuse it. But scientific power is like inherited wealth, attained without discipline. You read what others have done and you take the next step. You can do it very young. You can make progress very fast. There is no discipline lasting many decades. There is no mastery. Old scientists are ignored. There is no humility before nature. There is only a get-rich-quick, make-a-name-for-yourself-fast philosophy. Cheat, lie, falsify. It doesn't matter. Not to you or to your colleagues. No one will criticize you. No one has any standards. They are all trying to do the same thing, to do something big and do it fast. And because you stand on the shoulders of giants, you can accomplish something quickly. You don't even know exactly what you have done, but already you have reported it, patented it, and sold it. And the buyer will have even less discipline than you. The buyer simply purchases the power, like any commodity. The buyer doesn't even conceive that any discipline might be necessary. A karate master does not kill people with his bare hands. He does not lose his temper and kill his wife. The person who kills is the person who has no discipline, no restraint, and who has purchased his power in the form of the Saturday night special. And that is the kind of power that today's science fosters and permits. So with all this in mind, folks, let's take a look at the history of the germ theory. I quote from Dr. Bill Holub's paper, The True Story, Germs, Infections, Epidemics, and Vaccinations. Here is still another chapter which requires a totally new understanding from what you have been told. You are very likely comfortable, after decades of medical germ propaganda, with the simple notion that germs cause infections, which cause epidemics, which require immunizations to cure. After all, isn't that what you learned in nursery school, primary school, high school, college, at the doctor's office, health departments, the media, etc.? Would you be shocked if we told you that almost all that you have learned about germs and disease is not true? But please bear with us as we unfold this extraordinary story. Temporarily suspend all your preconceptions and listen with an open mind, heart, and spirit. What you have learned about germs, disease, epidemics, and immunizations represents 100 years of misunderstanding and opportunism. Organized medicine simply made a mistaken guess about the nature of quote-unquote infectious disease about a century ago. Contemporary medicine has since been building a medical house of cards based upon a non-scientific foundation of ignorance and a few lies. History frequently becomes distorted to suit the needs of current vested interests. This has certainly been true concerning the quote-unquote history of germs, infections, disease, and immunizations. We have all been told about Pasteur, the father of the alleged germ theory of disease. It is a classic medical fairy tale told and retold to all of us, including our children. After all, didn't he save all our children from those horrible childhood and adult epidemics? Why, everyone knows that germs cause disease, right? Wrong. Let's go back and look at another version of those times, and you decide. First of all, the germ theory predated Pasteur by several centuries. In 1546, Geronimo Fracastatorio published the first statement about contagion in organisms. But it wasn't until 1683 that the microscope of Anton van Leeuwenhoek produced a visual existence of germs and bacillus. In 1762, M.A. Plensik published a germ theory of infectious disease. He postulated that organisms living outside of our bodies could invade us and cause infection and disease. It does seem, therefore, that Pasteur copied all this information and presented it as his own in 1878. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's not quite that true either. Because, aside from plagiarizing all those other people from centuries and decades before him, Pasteur plagiarized someone else. Let me read you from Waylene James's book, Immunizations, the Reality Behind the Myth, because she has a lot more to say on this subject. Let's go back to the scientific world of about 130 years ago. Scientists were arguing about the origin and nature of living matter and were asking such questions as, what is the thing that causes milk to sour, meat to spoil, and wine to ferment? Where does it come from? Does it come from the air? Does it grow from other matter? Or does it just appear from nowhere? Most scientists believe the thing that caused fermentation appeared from nowhere. This theory was called spontaneous generation. One French scientist, however, proved through experiments in his laboratory that fermentation was the result of living organisms and that these organisms are airborne. They grow in the food and ferment it by a process of their digestion, assimilation, and excretion. Does this sound like I am talking about Louis Pasteur? Read on. The same scientist also discovered that living organisms exist within cells as well as on external surfaces, and that these organisms can cause fermentation as can airborne organisms. Meanwhile, another scientist, a spontipartist, which is one who believes in spontaneous generation of matter, seized upon this first scientist's ideas and claimed them as his own. Being extraordinarily ambitious and with a genius for self-promotion, he popularized as well as plagiarized the original scientist's ideas when he found that his own observations and explanations would not stand up to scrutiny. This plagiarism, the first of many such plagiarisms, would not have been so devastating had the ideas not been oversimplified and distorted. For instance, having realized that airborne microorganisms, later known as bacteria, cause fermentation, he became fixated and sought to explain by germs of the air everything that he had explained before by spontaneous generation. He ignored those microorganisms within the cells of our body that can cause not only fermentation but perform other important biological functions as well. He also taught that these minute organisms were fixed, monomorphic entities, and he divided them into different classes, claiming that each group fermented one kind of food and another fermented another, and so on. This eventually led to the theory that different bacteria cause different diseases. This is the familiar germ theory of disease, of course, and the opportunist and plagiarist was none other than the hallowed Louis Pasteur. This is a heretical idea and is easy to say at this distance in time, but as the facts as set forth by Ethel Douglas Hume in her book show, Béchamp or Pasteur, which is the title, the book is extremely well documented. Miss Hume spent years poring over every scientific paper presented by the chemist, Louis Pasteur, and by the chemist, physician, naturalist, and biologist, Professor Pierre-Jacques-Antoine Béchamp. As she noted their dates, it became clear that Pasteur, who in many instances first ridiculed Béchamp's theories, later appropriated them and took full credit for their discovery. Now, the reasons Louis Pasteur's theories, plagiarized theories and distorted theories, were accepted during his day was because, first of all, his theories fit the mechanistic theories of the universe that were popular in the 19th century, and it also fits human nature because man loves to take responsibility and throw it outside of himself, and the idea that these bad little germs came and flew around and attacked us made a very good scapegoat. And of course, the third reason was that Louis Pasteur's ideas fit commercial interests. In the case of disease, the cause are germs, and our protectors is the medical establishment. Hold on a second here, folks. Bill's going to turn the tape over, and we'll be back with you in a minute. Now, since we're in a historical mode here, I'd like to point out that the famous nurse, Florence Nightingale, had already published a powerful attack on the germ theory a full 17 years before Pasteur published his plagiarized and distorted version of the germ theory. I'm reading now from Florence Nightingale's original work, as quoted by Dr. Bill Holub in the same paper I mentioned earlier. Reading on from Florence Nightingale. Diseases are not individuals arranged in classes like cats and dogs, but are conditions growing out of one another. Is it not living in a continual mistake to look upon diseases as we do now as separate entities which must exist like cats and dogs, instead of looking upon them as conditions, like a dirty and a clean condition, and just as much under our control, or rather as the reactions of a kindly nature against the conditions in which we have placed ourselves? I was brought up by both scientific men and ignorant women distinctly to believe that smallpox, for instance, was a thing of which there was once a first specimen in the world, which went on propagating itself in a perpetual chain of descent, just as much as there was a first dog or a first pair of dogs, and that smallpox would not begin itself any more than a new dog would begin without there having been a parent dog. Since then, I have seen with my eyes and smelled with my nose smallpox growing up in first specimens, either in closed rooms or in overcrowded wards, where it could not have by any possibility been caught, but must have begun. Nay, more, I have seen diseases begin, grow up, and pass into one another. Now, dogs do not pass into cats. I have seen, for instance, with a little overcrowding, continued fever grow up, and with a little more, typhoid fever, and with a little more, typhus, and all in the same ward or hut. Would it not be far better, truer, and more practical if we looked upon disease in this light? For diseases, as all experience shows, are adjective, not noun substantives. True nursing ignores infection, except to prevent it. Cleanliness and fresh air from open windows with unremitting attention to the patient are the only defense a true nurse either asks for or needs. Wise and humane management of the patient is the best safeguard against infection. The greater part of nursing consists in preserving cleanliness. The specific disease doctrine is the grand refuge of the weak, uncultured, unstable minds such as now rule in the medical profession. There are no specific diseases. There are specific disease conditions. I'll bet you didn't know Florence Nightingale argued against the germ theory, folks. Now, let me complete the picture a little bit now. I'm going to read you a little piece about Bernard Béchamp, the man who originated the ideas which Pasteur stole and twisted. I'm reading from Waiting James's book, Immunizations, The Reality Behind the Myth. Now let us turn to Béchamp and his theories. As we proceed, you will notice that Béchamp's ideas are almost the inverse of Pasteur's. In essence, Béchamp's theories are as follows. The smallest units of living matter are what cytologists have called cell granules, which Béchamp sometimes referred to as granulations of the protoplasm. Béchamp called these organisms microzymas, from the Greek word meaning small ferments, because they induce fermentation. Not all cell granules are microzymas, however. Microzymas are identifiable because they have some structure and are autonomous. They are the antecedents of cells and the fundamental unit of the corporate organism. Every living being has arisen from the microzyma, and every living being is reducible to the microzyma. To get an idea of their size, we might say that they are to the cell what an electron is to an atom. Microzymas are constantly developing into bacteria. In fact, bacteria are an evolutionary form of microzymas. Actually, microzymas fully grown. They develop from the cells of the host organism when that organism dies. So-called virulent or pathogenic bacteria are generated by decaying matter, their function being to reduce or decompose matter back to its constituent elements. When their job is finished, they become microzymas again. Pathogenic bacteria could be thought of as nature's undertakers or cleanup crew. The microorganisms known as disease germs are either diseased microzymas, as Béchamp called them, or their evolutionary bacterial forms. Quoting Béchamp, in a diseased body, a change of function in the microzymas may lead to a morbid bacterial evolution. If tissue is healthy, the microzymas will function to support the life and integrity of the cells. If the cells have been damaged, they will produce morbid or diseased microzymas, which may evolve into pathogenic or disease-producing bacteria. In short, the microzyma has two functions: to build or to disintegrate tissues. Another way of thinking about the functions of microzymas is that they secrete ferments which aid digestion, and when they encounter dead or damaged cells, they evolve into bacteria. Béchamp found microzymas everywhere, innumerable in healthy tissues, and associated with various kinds of bacteria in diseased tissues. Whether microzymas become healthy and evolve into friendly bacteria, which aid in constructive metabolism, or are diseased and evolve into pathogenic bacteria, depends upon the character of the medium, the cellular fluids upon which they feed. That is, the character of the soil. The health or the unhealth of the host organism is what determines the character of the microorganismic life within it. Bodies in which pathogenic bacteria form are not healthy. Merely fighting and killing bacteria will not bring health, for the condition which gave rise to the bacteria will do so again. Let me read that again, folks, because this is the essence of the fraud that you have been given in reference to the germ theory. This is the reality. I'm going to read it again. Bodies in which pathogenic bacteria form are not healthy. Merely fighting and killing bacteria will not bring health, for the condition which gave rise to the bacteria will do so again. Béchamp showed that bacteria function in whatever medium they find themselves, even changing their shapes as well as their function in accord with that medium. In comparing Pasteur's understanding of bacteria with Béchamp's, J.I. Rodale gives us the following illustration. Pasteur might have commented while looking into a microscope, "Ah, here is the bacteria that ferments beer, and this is its shape." Béchamp might have commented, "Here is a bacteria fermenting beer. In beer, it takes on this shape." In other words, bacteria are pleomorphic, or form-changing, rather than monomorphic, or form-fixed. Bacteria reflect the conditions in which they find themselves rather than create those conditions. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, the one bacteria for one disease idea is absolute nonsense, and we're going to talk about that more in the next show. Modern medicine, under the spell of the germ theory, tells us that for every disease there is a disease entity, an individual bacteria shaped in a particular way that causes a particular disease. Béchamp showed through innumerable experiments that not only is the germ we associate with a particular disease a product and not the cause of the disease, but also that what some researchers would call different species of bacteria are really different stages of microsimian evolution into their bacterial forms. I know this is a lot to digest, folks, and there's a lot of big words in here, but just understand that the basic ideas behind Béchamp's theories is that there are tiny units of life, much smaller than a cell, which are the basis, which evolve into bacterial forms later on, depending upon the medium in which they exist. Béchamp also says that bacteria do not cause disease, germs don't cause disease. They respond to the media they are in. Now the fact is that what we call germs, being bacteria and viruses and protozoa, function as little garbage men of our bodies. They break down and decompose us and our constituent organs and cellular fluids and all kinds of good stuff when they are unhealthy and toxic. And on the other hand, they also participate in the building process of our body. Now the microzymas is a funny word, and I'm sure it throws a lot of you, but don't worry about it, because what we're really talking about here, and the connection will be made hopefully in the next show, which you're going to hear tomorrow night, I hope you'll all listen, is that microzymas are very close to what modern medicine is calling genes and genetic material. And this is where I'm going to make the connection with the fraud about viruses, folks, including AIDS. But not to get too far off the subject, I'm going to clarify some of what I just read by citing the work of Dr. Henry Lindlar, who's a doctor alive around 1918, and his quotes in his discussions of Béchamp are very interesting. Quote, "The physical characteristics and vital activities of cells and germs depend upon the soil in which their microzymas feed, grow, and multiply. Thus, microzymas growing in the soil of procreative germplasm develop into normal, permanent, specialized cells of a living vegetable, animal, or human organism. The same microzymas feeding on morbid material and systemic poisons in these living bodies develop into bacteria and parasites." I'm now going to quote another early proponent of Béchamp's work. That is one Dr. E.C. Rosenau, who was working in the Mayo Biological Laboratories in 1910. He did a series of experiments in which he took bacterial strains from all different disease sources, things like arthritis, tonsillitis, cow's milk, and mixed them all up and put them in a culture of uniform media. And what he says here is interesting. Quote, "After a while, there was no difference between the germs. They all became one class. Now, you may think, oh, well, one strain overrode the others and took over. Well, that's not what happened, because it was a very well-controlled experiment. And, folks, these experiments have been repeated over and over again but it's very strange that we are being taught a very, very distorted view of how germs and disease function. Now, Dr. Rosenau did some other very interesting work in this field. Reading from Wayne James's book, Rosenau demonstrated that, quote, simple bacterial forms like streptococci, which are pus germs, could be made to assume all of the characteristics of pneumococci, which are pneumonia germs, simply by feeding them on pneumonia virus and making other minor modifications in their environment. And when Rosenau reversed the procedure and fed pneumonia germs on pus, they quickly changed into streptococci. Many other experiments were carried on, and in every instance the germs, regardless of type, changed into other types when their food and environment were altered. In other words, Rosenau found that various strains of bacteria, or what one might call subspecies of them, could, when suitably treated, become any of the other strains. Now, back to Dr. Raymond Rife of San Diego, who I mentioned earlier, who had built that fantastic light microscope that made living germs and viral material visible for the first time, before or since, actually. Quoting again from Wayne James's book, Rife showed that by altering the environment and food supply, friendly germs such as colon bacillus can be converted into pathogenic germs such as typhoid, and that this process is reversible. Experiments conducted in the Rife laboratories established the fact that the virus of cancer, like the viruses of other diseases, can be easily changed from one form to another by means of altering the media upon which it is grown. With the first change in media, the BX virus becomes considerably enlarged, although its purplish-red color remains unchanged. Observation of the organism with an ordinary microscope is made possible by a second alteration of the media. A third change is undergone upon asparagus-based media, where the BX virus is transformed from its filterable state into Cryptomyces pleomorphia fungi. These fungi being identical morphologically both macroscopically and microscopically to that of the orchid and of the mushroom. And yet a fourth change may be said to take place when this Cryptomyces pleomorphia, permitted to stand as a stock culture for a period, becomes the well-known mahogany-colored Bacillus coli. By altering the media, 4 parts per million per volume, the pure culture of mahogany-colored Bacillus coli becomes the turquoise-blue Bacillus typhosus. Simply stated, folks, this means that the virus of cancer can be easily changed into the type of bacteria that normally inhabits our colon, and it can also be changed into destructive bacteria of typhoid simply by slightly altering the media in which it is grown. And remember, folks, our bodies and the substances and the constituents of our cellular fluids are the media in which bacteria grow in our bodies. Now, since this is indeed the single greatest fraud/misunderstanding in all of medical history, before I go any further, folks, I want to be sure that everything is clear in your mind, and I'm going to read now a summary from Dr. Bill Holub, who I've quoted throughout the show here, because it is very understandable, very concrete, and yet very simple. Reading from Bill Holub's work, Béchamp called these microscopic creatures microzymas, and he found them everywhere, in healthy and diseased tissues, in plants, and in rocks, and in the air. He determined that they were the elemental unit of life, not the cell, and that all living organisms were simply associations of these living entities. He further said that their presence was necessary for cell growth, repair, and long-term survival. Today's microzymas are all direct descendants of prehistoric ancestors, changed only by the changes in the Earth's total environment. These microzymas are immortal and are always ready to rebuild, to heal, to rework body wastes, or to decompose you, depending upon whether you are well-nourished or not. They have the same functions as those found in the soil or sewage or anywhere in nature, and they have never, ever been shown to attack healthy tissues. One must remember the climate of medicine at the time. It was just prior to the discovery of germs that medicine literally believed in evil spirits as the cause of disease. Without realizing that the symptoms of disease are actually the body in healing action, medicine sought an explanation for these observed phenomenon. Acting mostly from fear of the unknown, but also from fear of death, pain, and loss of control, medicine postulated the theory that illness came from outside of the individual in the form of a foreign invader. Of course, there was and still isn't any scientific evidence whatsoever for these foreign invaders, but medicine persists because now the foreign invader idea has economic support. Think of it. If medicine can convince you that disease is caused by these foreign invaders, be they evil spirits or germs or cancer cells, then they can also convince you that you have no power over them and only medicine can save you. They may also convince you that nothing you do to change your lifestyle will affect your disease, and so they are able to sell you an endless variety of products and services, which is drugs and surgery. In a very real sense, medicine still believes in evil spirits because germs are today's evil spirits. Supposedly, germs come from outside of you and possess your body to give you illness, pain, and death. Only medicine, of course, has the special magical potions in the form of drugs and surgery to cure you. They want you to feel powerless so that they can take the power in their own hands, and the money too, of course. Pasteur's germ theory fit today's medical bill, so they are determined to hold on to it, despite scientific proof to the contrary from every corner. You see, if these evil germs cause disease, then you can't blame air pollution, drugs, medication, junk food, and a variety of other profitable businesses. Imagine if medicine accepted the true germ theory of Béchamp. The behavior of germs then becomes a consequence of the degree of our nourishing ourselves and our world. Then medicine would have nothing to sell you except the truth, and at the moment, they fear that no one would buy it. The truth that they could sell is that disease is simply a sign that your body is healing and that your cooperation and that of the germs is required to complete the job. Just think, then doctors would have to start talking to you about diet, supplements, exercise, spirit, heart and mind, and true healing. They would have to start helping you heal rather than helping you to decompose. Interestingly, in this battle between Pasteur and Béchamp, it has been reported that just before Pasteur died, he admitted that Béchamp's germ theory is the correct one, i.e., that germs are a consequence of their environment and hence a result of disease and not a cause of disease. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's also an interesting coincidence that Louis Pasteur is the father of vaccinations. You've heard, I hope, well, maybe you haven't, but if you went through some basic high school or college biology, you know about his experiments on anthrax and rabies, which he allegedly cured. But the facts are that Pasteur caused more anthrax and rabies with his vaccinations and killed more people than history would care to admit. The other legacy that our friend Louis Pasteur has left us is the wonderful process of pasteurization. Because remember, Pasteur gave us the germ theory, and germs are bad, so we have to kill them in our food. He was the one who got us to pasteurize milk. Now, I'm going to get into this when I talk about a show on nutrition, but just for fun, I'll mention it to you now. Pasteurized milk spoils faster than raw milk. And that is because the protective bacteria that will actually help the milk last longer are killed by pasteurization. Now, pasteurization is stupid to begin with because the temperatures required about 190 to 230 degrees Celsius are needed to kill typhoid and tuberculosis. And they can never heat milk that high because it just totally destroys it. But by their little pasteurization methods that they use now, they destroy all nourishing nutrients in milk and other juices and other foods that they pasteurize, including 20% of the available iodine, most of the fat-soluble and water-soluble vitamins. And I hope none of you out there really believe that milk is a source of calcium, because raw milk is a source of calcium, but pasteurized milk is not a source of calcium. In fact, it drains calcium from your bones because the pasteurization process renders the proteins in milk highly indigestible and toxic, and in order to balance the acidic pH condition which drinking milk creates in your bloodstream, it causes a calcium drain on your body. Well, so much for Louis Pasteur. Tomorrow night, folks, I'm going to go into this in detail, and I'm going to bring it to the present day. We are going to talk about modern diseases. We are going to go further into the reality, into the real data about the germ theory. And following that, we're going to talk about AIDS. So, I hope you'll tune in tomorrow. I'm sure you will like what you hear. I know tonight was a bit historic and a bit maybe boring, but it's a background that was necessary to give you. Again, if there is anything that I've mentioned on the show that you would like to know about or want to correspond with me about, or you have information that you think I would be interested in, or you think I'm full of crap and you want to argue with me, you can write to me. That's Alex Loglia, Loglia, 217 East 85th Street, Suite 246. New York, New York, 10028. More importantly, though, I would love to get out what information I have to anyone who wants it, and I do have tons about vaccinations, about germs and disease, about AIDS, about everything in that area. That's Alex Loglia, Loglia, 217 East 85th Street, Suite 246, New York, New York, 10028. You can include a phone number if you want, but you don't have to. I'll get back to everybody as much as is possible. Take care, folks. Good night, and I hope you'll tune in tomorrow night. Bye-bye.
Well, I like that, Alex. Well, that's enough of Pasteur. Folks, I hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. Again, we'd like to thank Alex Loglia for his great research and all of the information that he has collected for CAGI and for these wonderful broadcasts that he occasionally blesses us with. Good night. Make sure that you're here tomorrow night for part 2, and God bless you all.
Howdy, folks. Hope you heard last night's show, because tonight I am continuing with the germ theory topic. I'm going to begin with a quote from the work of Dr. Bill Holub, who I had mentioned yesterday. All of his work is very well documented, and what you're about to hear is the nexus of 30 years of work. Yet it is simple, clear, direct, and profound. Pay attention, folks. Here is the up-to-date proof of the absolute idiocy of the germ theory, and also a glimpse at the reality of what the phenomenon that we call disease consists of. Now, remember what I spoke of yesterday. Bacteria and viruses are not form-fixed. They mutate and change according to the medium they are in. They are with us, inside of us constantly, and function both to build tissue and to decompose waste. And remember also that what we call disease is the elimination of toxins that we take in. Germs appear when our body is eliminating these toxins because the medium becomes conducive to them. They are not the cause, however. Germs are not the cause of disease. They come out of our very substance. They are not from the outside. You don't catch anything. They come from within. And Béchamp showed this very clearly in his work. Again, I will refer you to Béchamp or Pasteur, the book by Hume. It is very interesting and is a rather wonderful piece of biological history there. But let me go on with Bill Holub here, again from the work that I was quoting yesterday. This chapter is entitled, "The New Germ Theory is Supported by the New Biology." Let us bring all this historical information up to the knowledge we have today. We need here to define and explain 3 terms: germs, genetics, and evolution. Germs. We are defining germs here to include all manner of microorganisms, including viroids, viruses, bacteria, fungus, protozoa, etc. The new information from molecular biology, biochemistry, and many other fields of research all support this proper view of the role of germs in human health. Dr. Lewis Thomas, in the book Lives of a Cell, says of viruses, quote, "Instead of being single-minded agents of disease and death, they now begin to look more like mobile genes. We live in a dancing matrix of viruses. They dart, rather like bees from organism to organism, from plant to insect to mammal to me and back again and into the sea, transplanting grafts of DNA passing around heredity as though at a great party. They may be the mechanism for keeping new mutant kinds of DNA in the widest possible circulation among us. And let me just remind you of what Béchamp had said many, many years ago, which I mentioned yesterday about the microzymas, because indeed, modern research clearly indicates that what Béchamp was seeing as microzymas are viruses and viral material. Moving on with Bill Holub. Germs are one-celled protozoa or subcellular parts of whole cells, which are basically immortal and have been in existence since the origin of life on this planet. They were here long before we were, so there was nothing to attack then, just as they attack nothing now. They are the basic unit of life, and in a sense then, we are a collection or living condominium of attached germs surviving as a group because of cooperation. Germs then are an integral and vital part of our function, including growth, maintenance, and repair. They are also our link to the cycle of life on this planet. Thus, they begin to recycle our structure whenever we allow that malnourished situation to occur. But realize that they would not and could not attack you. It would be like attacking themselves, and this would never occur. As Aristotle pointed out, quote, nature does nothing uselessly, and Zeno concurred. The goal of life is living in agreement with nature. Germs do not attack. They assist in healing and have the facility to do things which the remainder of our cells and tissues cannot do. They synthesize much of our needed vitamins and other nutrients. They help to detoxify dangerous substances from our environment. They provide a needed communication with our environment, both internal and external. They help in our constant adaptation to a constantly changing environment. They even allow for the exchange of important information from one part of our body to another, and from one organism to another, and from one person to another. God knows we need the germs, for they are us. Genetics. Genes are part of the cell that ensure the immortality of the cell. They transmit the needed current information to help one-celled or the multi-celled organism, which is people, survive. However, we used to be taught that once you, quote-unquote, inherited something, it is unchangeable, but this is not so. Much recent high-tech research has shown that there is a constant interplay between genes and their environment. This means that genes affect potential characteristics. The actual expression of any gene is dependent upon environmental factors, including nutrition, light, toxins, etc. Some excellent work reported in 1985 in the July 20th edition of Science News, that is, by L. Reed, reaffirms once again that the environment in which a cell exists determines its survival and behavior. By manipulating cell culture media, they succeeded in mimicking liver cells in various healthy and diseased states. They showed that the matrix in which a cell or a human finds themselves influences the regulation of cell growth and specialization by turning on certain genes while turning off others. Thus, you do not inherit diseases, but inherit potential blueprints for the healthy state. By heeding the blueprints and using the right or nourishing building material, the healthy state can be achieved. However, if you try to work outside of the blueprints or use inferior materials for your construction, such as junk food, medications, etc., then poor health will surely result. Viruses, viroids, and the like appear to be a way to transmit and change the genetic makeup of organisms like us in order to ensure survival. We may very well be making viruses by spin-off material from our cells, which are more like stuck-together viruses anyway. Evolution. By evolution, we simply mean the gradual changes in organisms and their environment which occur always. These changes represent adaptations of an organism to its constantly changing environment. They include a wide range of cyclic changes, for example, day and night, lunar cycles, seasons, etc. They also include longer geological and population and social changes which may occur in cycles of decades or centuries. Thus, the various organisms which we see inhabiting man are really adaptive changes in the organisms in response to changes to their changing environment, namely you. You are the changing environment for these quote-unquote germs and bacteria. Understand that, folks. Germs change in response to your nourishment status. If you are well-nourished, then certain germs flourish. If you are poorly nourished, then other kinds of germs grow which also adapt to the different metabolic situations in your body. Just to give you a simple example, if you become malnourished, then less oxygen and nutrients get to your cells and they die off at a more rapid rate, leaving protein and other types of cell waste byproducts. All this provides food for certain quote-unquote new versions of microbes which can survive in low oxygen, low nutrient, high nitrogen waste circumstances. So, the germs didn't suddenly invade you and make you sick. They simply changed to adapt to your sickness. Again, germs are a consequence of disease, not the cause. So if you go on a fast or follow other natural healing modalities, the nature of the germs change back to those found in the healthy state. The germs have always been and shall always be. They are here sharing this world with us and help us when we need them. They are ancient and they are immortal. A recent article in The Lancet by John Heyman combines microbiology and paleontology to show that a particular germ, Mycobacterium ulcerans, is at least more than 200 million years old and inhabits the same regions of the Earth as part of the continents that were once connected but have long since separated, which is South America, Africa, and Australia. Germs as guardian angels, infection as a healing event. If we accept, as I think we must, that germs are not here to give us pain or to kill us, why would they want to kill their host? Or to create the antibiotic vaccination industry, then why are they here? We believe we have the answer to this question, and the answer is something wonderful, not something to fear. Germs are part and parcel of the healing process. That's right, they are participating in the healing process. Just look at what they are capable of doing and see how they can participate in healing. They are able to break down waste products of our metabolism and of our cellular debris. They can exist on low oxygen or even no oxygen, which are anaerobes. They can break down toxic substances in our body that we could not break down, such as plastics, pesticides, artificial ingredients, toxic waste, etc. Furthermore, let us not forget that they also provide a good deal of our vitamin supply by their ability to synthesize vitamins inside us, including B12, niacin, vitamin K, vitamin C, etc. Now, isn't this a blessing in disguise? Another very important role, especially for viroids, which are smaller than viruses, and viruses themselves, is their potential role in helping our cells to adapt to a rapidly changing environment and to transmit, or better, share this information from cell to cell in your body. Think of the marvelous system that allows a virus to use and alter the genetic makeup of one of our cells and then share this information with thousands of other cells. Modern medicine calls this infection, folks. Viroids, which are tiny particles of DNA or RNA, much smaller than viruses, have been studied extensively in plants because they cause non-commercial mutations of potatoes, tomatoes, etc. But studies have shown that these viroids have only started affecting crops subject to 20th century high-tech agriculture with its total alienation of natural processes. It's the old story. When you seriously alter the natural development of an organism by inbreeding, artificial feeding, chemical fertilizers, toxic exposure, mechanical harvesting, etc., you create the need for these germ-assisted alterations. However, these alterations are for the survival of the organism. Of course, for the organism to survive, say a potato, it may not resemble the potato that people are used to buying and eating. But nature is not concerned with aesthetic appeal, but with survival and immortality. How does this help you? We are writing this in late spring, and people around us are complaining about runny noses, coughs, etc., all caused supposedly by a bug that is going around. Here is what is really happening. Spring brings out green growth and the weeds and insects that go along with it. This brings out America's arsenal of chemical fertilizers, lime, weed killers, bug killers, etc. This toxic insult to our environment brings about the need for significant healing and adaptation amongst all of us exposed to it. The quote-unquote colds, runny nose, cough, etc. are your body's way of dumping the toxic material out, and here is where the germs play a critical role. While the bacteria are busy digesting away some of these toxic substances inside of us, the viruses are transmitting the information on how we may adapt to this toxic onslaught. Viruses enter and replicate in those cells of ours which can survive the toxic exposure, and as the virus replicates in other cells, it, in essence, is transmitting this survival advantage to thousands of our cells. Companies have even smartened up to the fact that germs participate in healing and are trying to steal and market their powers. A Dr. Tadaro from Oncogene Incorporated describes a growth factor from vaccinia virus, which is smallpox, which can significantly enhance wound healing. Germs are part of our healing, and we would do well to work with them. The myth of contagion and transmission of disease. This updated version of medicine's old evil spirits and spells suits their non-humanistic and high-tech mechanistic treatment of patients today. It's very simple. As we have already indicated, all germs are ubiquitous, present in everyone, everywhere, all the time. Each person has their own private collection of germs suitable to them specifically, so if they are to become ill, they have plenty of their own bugs. They couldn't and wouldn't catch them from anyone. We are not saying here that germs don't move about the environment, but rather that they do not jump from one person to another to produce illness. In fact, all of the information about epidemics seems to prove that there is no transmission of germs occurring. For example, why do most quote-unquote epidemics occur in winter when people are less exposed publicly to each other? Why do epidemics strike large numbers of people at the same time and never show a spreading type of incidence which one would expect to see, if indeed germs are being transmitted from person to person? Why is it that regions that have large interchanges of people, like New York and Florida, do not show the infections following the people? Why do epidemics frequently follow patterns around holidays, like Thanksgiving or Christmas? Do germs know that these are holidays? What is really happening with these supposed epidemics is the following. Actually, the word epidemic from the Greek means literally on or at, and people, and means something that happens to people as a group all at once, not a slow contagion. The actual epidemic process is very simple. Remember that everyone already has their daily complement of germs, and remember also that a large population of people, such as a town, a region, or city, is constantly being exposed to the same environmental hazards all at the same time. For example, large numbers of people are exposed to the same weather changes, water quality changes, pesticides, food and water, contaminated food of a fast food chain, bad news in the media, batches of drugs and medications, holiday moods, air quality changes, and many other toxic insults. The quote-unquote group healing reaction to these toxic challenges is what you are seeing when people start coughing, sneezing, or whatever. They are not catching it from each other, they are experiencing it with others. In addition, at many levels we are all connected. About the only thing that is catching about all of this is paranoia. After all, medicine has had about a century to literally instill the fear of germs into our culture. So people fear the germs in the air, in the water. They fear germs from touching people, which in turn leads to our general fear of people. When they read or see reports about infections going around, so to speak, the fear, paranoia, and anticipation has been shown to lower immunity and precipitate illness. Now, isn't that interesting? Our self-imposed stress about holidays has the same effect. Another important facet of this germology, which shocks so many people, is that science actually cannot isolate the germ involved in any disease. What they isolate is a version of the original, and in the case of viruses, that version may actually bear very little or no resemblance to the original germ in somebody's body. This means that as soon as you start the process of isolating and identifying a germ, you totally lose the feature of the original copy. Recall that germs reproduce very rapidly and also mutate or change themselves very rapidly as their environment changes. Thus, the very involved process of culturing and transfer involved in the science of microbiology totally changes the germ so that by the time it is isolated for study, it is no longer the germ that was originally taken from the human subject. What we study about germs in tissue, cell, or media culture has nothing to do with their activity in the human, so you can't prove that the original germ is causing anything. This paradoxical problem in biology is known by any good scientist, namely, that the study changes the circumstances and, at least as far as germs go, one cannot study them in their natural habitat. The problem is exemplified by you trying to catch your own shadow in the shape it is at any moment. As soon as you make a move to trap your shadow, it changes its shape. Therefore, you can never really see what your shadow looks like without changing it, and the same is true for germs. Still another problem is quantity of germs. If germs are not in quantity, they cannot be proven to exist in a human. This means that everyone has a few thousand herpes organisms alive in them, but that number is undetectable by science. Yet another problem is the presence of antibodies to germs. Unfortunately, this proves nothing at all. It could mean you have a lot of the certain organism, or some, or very little, or none. You cannot link antibody titers to presence or absence of infection at all. Again, that was from the work of Dr. Bill Holub, folks. Now, I'm sure a lot of questions are raised in your mind. Everybody who hears this stuff gets all upset, and they say, what about massive epidemics? What about the Black Plague? All that kind of stuff. I love the Black Plague as an example. I mean, you're talking about large-scale, quote-unquote, epidemic devastating Europe, blaming it on little flea and the organism that was going through the flea and the rats. But remember, folks, you're talking about a time in Europe when people were eating lard pies 3 meals a day, and the sewer was out in the street. Think about that. Think about the plagues of very early times in Rome and up through now to modern history, and every example I can give you reasons why those things occurred. My other argument I get is, what about polio? What about syphilis? What about aseptic meningitis, AIDS? Well, we're going to talk about that in the next 2 shows because I'm going to dedicate the next 2 shows to AIDS specifically. It's really the single greatest medical fraud that I have ever seen. But if you look at polio, and as I had mentioned on the show for vaccines, you will find that the definitions for the symptoms of non-paralytic polio match almost precisely to the symptoms for aseptic meningitis, which match almost exactly to what we are now classifying as AIDS. It's the same old renaming game, folks. It's the renaming game, and I can show you that what we are calling AIDS has been around for years. Now remember, AIDS is acquired immune deficiency syndrome, and they are saying that it is caused by a little virus called HIV. Hopefully, over the next 2 shows after this one, I will show you that HIV causes nothing. But get it fixed in your mind from what I just read, folks, that germs do not cause disease. Epidemics are caused by a lot of different things, but have nothing to do with germs and viruses. They are a consequence, not the cause. If you want to look for causes of particular diseases, I suggest you start with looking at immunization programs, and that has been a fun little project of mine. But you can trace most of the major quote-unquote epidemics of our age, including cancer, to vaccinations. AIDS is a fun one. We're going to talk about it another time, so I'm not going to belabor that point with discussion right now. The next thing I am going to read you is a little excerpt from another piece of Dr. Bill Hollob's work about germs and disease. And it's a portion relating to Dr. Hollob's specific explanation about herpes as an example of a specific disease and how the theory that we call the germ theory really cannot apply and does not apply. So, at this point, let Bill take his break, and we'll flip the tape over in a little while, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the work from Dr. Bill Hollob on herpes. Germs, including viruses, viroids, bacteria, fungus, etc., are an essential feature of the cycling of matter in our world. Remember that each and every speck of substance that makes you up is simply recycled from our environment through eating, breathing, and drinking. That's why God, as nature, has placed germs on Earth to continue the natural cycling of material. If we could destroy all germs on Earth, then all life, including the human race, would cease to exist. So germs perform a useful imperative function. They are not here to create disease, fear, infection, epidemics, or the medical pharmaceutical industry's profits. It is a simple process of recycling. When a person becomes chronically malnourished, nourishment, of course, meaning the natural balance of all inputs required to sustain optimum health, i.e., water, food, activity, love, touch, spiritual stuff, etc., the germs which have always resided in the body view that person as food or organic matter which needs to be recycled. If the person becomes sufficiently malnourished, then they may die, and all manner of germs will proliferate upon them. But those germs did not kill them. They died from severe malnourishment, and the germs only began their job of recycling the material of the body. Therefore, herpes is an innocent bystander, only doing its recycling job when you begin to become malnourished. Herpes is not the enemy. It did not invade or attack. It has no goal of creating misery and pain. It has no reason to proliferate on a person unless they become malnourished enough. And I will add, malnourished enough to change the medium, the body that the herpes is in, so that it can proliferate. Continue with Dr. Holub. The person with herpes, AIDS, or cancer is their own enemy. You cannot catch herpes. That's right. You cannot catch herpes because you always had it. Germs are ubiquitous in our environment, which means that every single person always has them as part of their structure from birth. So even though germs always move about in our environment and from person to person, they are already present in everyone. That's right. Even if you think that you were never exposed to or quote-unquote had herpes, botulism, syphilis, strep, etc., you already have them inside you. Realize that every last part of your body is always teeming inside and out with trillions of different germs. They live on you as we live on this planet. So why doesn't everyone get herpes? Remember, herpes only will proliferate on a person that is sufficiently malnourished. Malnourishment can also be viewed as a result of bad balancing of toxic intakes, smoking, drugs, medications, etc., with nutrient intakes like water, food, vitamins, sun, etc. States of malnourishment are similar in people, in countries, communities, neighborhoods, families, workplaces, and relationships. Because malnourishment is so widespread, it is not at all unusual for 2 people or 1,000 people to develop herpes around the same time. But remember that they did not give it to each other. They all already had herpes laying around, sleeping inside them, waiting for the call to duty. Their duty being the simple recycling job. Malnourishment simply wakes them up and gets them to work. Why herpes? Could medical immunizations be to blame? In the world of germs, just as in the world of people, there is a hierarchy of existence. So trillions of germs are always competing for turf throughout our environment and within all of us. At any one point in time, the germ that happens to be on the top of the heap, so to speak, will be the one to proliferate on all those malnourished people. This occurs over long spans of time, which medicine refers to as epidemics. What medicine does not understand is that these popular germs come and go as a natural process, and they are not contagious by natural routes of exposure, and they are not at all stopped by immunizations or vaccination programs of recent history, which you heard on my last show, or the show before that, rather. In fact, it is interesting to note that the current herpes simplex virus is a very close companion and relative to the cytomegalic inclusion virus, which has been linked with AIDS, and to the virus of infectious mononucleosis, and to the poliomyelitis virus. That's the poliomyelitis virus. America may well be suffering from unusual and unnatural germs inoculated into us by the 1950s polio vaccine program, which not only created an increase in polio cases, which were already disappearing at the time, as I noted, but may have left America in a typical 30-year legacy, being experienced as the current epidemics. I should point out that similar vaccine-introduced viruses have been implicated in cancer, particularly in children. So, quote-unquote, modern medicine, through ignorance of natural processes, may have given man not freedom from specific infectious diseases, but rather a series of synthetically altered germs introduced into our bodies in ways nature could not have foreseen. Now, with medicine meddling with genetic engineering of germs, they may yet develop a germ whose job may be to destroy mankind. A germ made by man, not God. We should all hope not. Now, on this note, I'm going to read you a bit about some of the more nefarious characters in the world of modern medical research. Let me read you a bit about Dr. Wolf Smunis from Dr. William Campbell Douglas's book, AIDS, The End of Civilization, I believe is the title. Very interesting stuff. Dr. Smunis was a Polish Jew who supposedly ended up in a Siberian labor camp during World War II. But after the war, he somehow became a privileged person, was sent to a medical school in Tomsk, Russia, and married a Russian woman. Hardly typical treatment of an enemy of the Soviet state. Smunis' biographer said that Wolf was always reluctant to discuss, quote-unquote, those dark years in Siberia. Maybe he was reluctant because he wasn't in Siberia. If he was, he certainly wasn't shoveling salt. In 1959, the Soviet government allowed him to practice in Poland in a public health capacity. Standard policy in all communist countries is never to allow all members of a family to travel out of the country to the West at the same time. This eliminates 98% of all defection attempts. I have physician friends in Hungary, for example. He can go to a meeting anywhere in the world if she stays home. She can go if he stays home. They can both go if the children are left at home. But in 1969, the entire Smunis family was allowed by Communist Poland to go to a medical meeting in Italy. At that time, they quote-unquote defected and moved to New York City. With no American credentials whatsoever, he immediately got a job as a lab technician at the New York City Blood Center. Within a few years, this Polish immigrant was given his own lab. A separate department of epidemiology was created for him at the blood bank, and he, like the chrysalis turning into a butterfly, changed into a full professor of epidemiology at the Columbia Medical School. Curiouser and curiouser. In 6 years, this lab tech became a full professor and then went back to Moscow for a scientific presentation and was received as a dignitary, not a defector. Well, we tell you this amazing story because in retrospect it is obvious that Wolf Smunis was a carefully groomed communist agent planted here after years of preparation to instigate biological warfare against the American people. Smunis, with full cooperation and financial support of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and the National Institute of Health, masterminded the hepatitis B vaccine experimental program used on homosexual men. He insisted that only young, promiscuous homosexuals be allowed to participate in the experiment. The experiment started in New York at the blood bank in November 1978. The experimental vaccine was produced in a government-supervised laboratory. The study was completed in October 1979. Within 10 years, most of these young men would be dead or dying from AIDS. In 1980, the program was expanded to major cities all across the U.S. In the fall of 1980, the first AIDS cases was reported in San Francisco. 8 years later, most of the homosexuals in San Francisco were infected, dead, or dying. In 1986, Dr. Clad Stevens, one of Smunis's collaborators, penned an astonishing report that did not make your local newspaper. She reported that the majority of the homosexuals in the experimental program were infected with the AIDS virus. The AIDS-laced vaccine, through the bridge of bisexual men, now infects as many as 3 million Americans. Mission accomplished. Now, folks, let me just add at the end part of this about the AIDS-infected, AIDS-laced vaccine. I have yet to find the documentation that supports that. I am not saying that it does not exist. But I have to tell you that the conclusions that Dr. Douglas arrived about the AIDS epidemic are not in harmony with my own findings, and I'll talk about that on my show about AIDS. But I want you to keep all this in the back of your mind. Like I said, I don't totally agree with Dr. Douglas's conclusions, but you'll hear about that tomorrow. You'll see clearly, and I'm sure you may see clearly now, vaccinations do not need to be laced with anything. The simple fact of injecting virulent free-floating proteins and viral material into the bloodstream is more than enough. Now, I don't doubt that billions are spent by governments worldwide to produce all kinds of nasty diseases and cancer-producing stuff, but you must realize that the reality of how the body functions is not understood even by these scientists who may have amazing understandings of microbiology, virology, and immunology. Let's move on and leave it for tomorrow's show. I'm going to read a bit more from Dr. Douglas's book, which, by the way, is an incredible piece of research, very well documented. And again, it's called AIDS, The End of Civilization. Just for fun, I'm going to share some very interesting bits and pieces of information with you. What the Soviet propagandists didn't say was that their agents had been working in our top-security biological warfare laboratories for over 20 years. In a burst of brotherly love, they were invited in by President Richard Nixon. The astounded communist scientists from Russia, the Eastern Bloc, and Communist China, who had been trying to penetrate this vital security area for 40 years, quickly accepted. They had been snickering in their beakers ever since, while they prepare for our demise. It is no secret that they are there. Dr. Carlton Gedgesek, a top official at the Fort Detrick Laboratory, said in Omni magazine in March 1986, "In the facility I have a building where more good and loyal communist scientists from the USSR and mainland China work, with full passkeys to all the labs, than there are Americans. Even the Army's infectious disease unit is loaded with foreign workers, not always friendly nationals." You can't put it more plainly than that. Even the Greeks weren't that stupid. They didn't know the Trojan horse was full of soldiers. When it became obvious to the communist press that we were getting the truth out about who was running things at Fort Detrick, they completely reversed themselves and said it was all a mistake. Everything was just fine at Fort Detrick. Moving on a little down the road here. You are probably not aware that the International AIDS Prevention Program of the World Health Organization is run by the Soviets. You don't believe it? Call WHO and ask them who is in charge in Europe. If you want to save your nickel, I'll tell you now. He's a Russian named Vysenko, and he operates out of Copenhagen. I am not sure of the spelling of his name, but I can tell you he spells deep trouble for the West. The Soviets control the response to AIDS of the entire free world at many levels, including the top. Dr. Sergei Litvinov, the coordinator of all task force work on AIDS at the World Health Organization, is a high official in the Soviet Ministry of Health. Litvinov gave out the order to our scientists and medical organizations in the Western world not to discuss the real cause of the AIDS epidemic. Now, bear in mind, of course, folks, that Dr. Douglas is of the belief that it was created right here in Fort Detrick, and he puts forth a lot of evidence for that. We'll talk about that tomorrow. At a secret meeting between the editors of The Lancet, the highly respected British medical publication, and a group of the leading retrovirologists of the world, it was decided not to publish any academic discussions about the possible artificial creation of the AIDS virus in a lab. They particularly agreed not to make any mention of world-renowned biologist Isaac Farlane Burnett's published remarks that molecular biology may get out of hand like atomic physics and be used for evil purposes. Now, Other medical journals, such as Science and the JAMA, have lockstep with Lancet and put all references to the man-made origins of AIDS down the memory hole. Did Comrade Litvinov have a little talk with the retrovirologists? They, of course, wouldn't need any encouragement from their Soviet UN bosses to attempt a little cover-up for their own heinous crime. But Lancet, the British Medical Journal, and the New England Journal of Medicine are another matter. It took some powerful and sinister forces indeed to get these respected publications to cover up the crime of the millennium. The notable exception to this appalling censorship of mass murder is Professor Harding Raines, editor of Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine. Raines refers to a, quote, conspiracy of silence, covering the allegation that AIDS was man-made. I hope Dr. Raines is watching his backside. Now, Dr. Zoris A. Medvedev, unlike Vicentio and Litvinov, supposedly is a Russian exile. Medvedev operates out of London at the National Institute for Medical Research. He's a senior research scientist in the genetics division. He, like Smunis, blossomed from a poor exile into a man of power and influence. Medvedev, before he was exiled, was head of radiobiology at a top-secret Soviet medical research center. Since when do the Soviets exile a key scientist in the field that will be decisive in World War III, which is radiobiology? There's a lot more about this now British citizen and respectable scientist who continues to communicate freely with his supposed enemies in the Soviet biowarfare labs. We'll tell you more later. Medvedev is spreading the disinformation that AIDS is rampant in Russia due to the escape of the virus from a laboratory, a sort of biological Chernobyl. This tends to divert suspicion away from Litvinov, Smoothness, and the other Reds that President Nixon allowed to penetrate our biological laboratories at Fort Detrick. Having the Soviets, quote, control the spread of AIDS in the West has led to some interesting paradoxes. Our masters at the UN tell us that there shall be absolutely no restriction on travel between various parts of the non-communist world. Koop supports the Soviet policy of biological suicide. Are those the instructions he received when he made his trip to Moscow, where the WHO had set up its main AIDS research center? A very interesting question. But our Soviet protectors in the WHO tell us this open policy of international travel does not apply to the communist bloc of nations. If you or I were to visit Moscow and tested positive for AIDS virus, pow, out on the next plane. If they stay clean through their immigration policies and we die because of the immigration policies imposed on us through the UN-controlled World Health Organization, who needs atomic bombs for conquest? Unless the Western world gets its act together and closes down the UN, especially its genocide division called the WHO, freedom and decency will disappear from the planet Earth. But the problem goes much deeper. How do you close down the U.S. government laboratories such as the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, and the National Institute of Health, and the Fort Detrick Biowarfare Lab when the perpetrators of the crime are in control at all levels? I don't know the answer. I thought that was a rather interesting little quote there from Dr. Douglas. Now, again, I want to stress to you that I read that piece to let you know about some of the machinations that are going on in the world of medical research. I don't agree with almost anything that Dr. Douglas believes about AIDS because it just not has stood up under my research. I read this section a bit guardedly and with a little bit of a devious intention. Dr. Douglas has indeed done some fantastic research, and his book is fantastic. It's definitely something to check out. But my opinion is that his approach is a bit misguided. Now, I understand his outrage at discovering all of this insidious conspiring against the populations of the earth, but my own research, and more importantly, my own personal experience, points me in another direction regarding AIDS. Folks, HIV does not cause AIDS. AIDS is an unbelievable scam, a hoax, a mirage. And remember, when we're talking about AIDS, we're talking about something called acquired immune deficiency syndrome, and we're talking about a virus whose acronym is HIV. You see, what most of these scientists have not recognized is the truly amazing healing powers of a healthy human organism. Of course, They have been making sure that we stay unhealthy for centuries by poisoning us, mostly via our foods and medicine, and that would be a great show on its own. Maybe someday I'll get to that. But understand that the picture is not so bleak. Your health is not at all outside of your own control. In fact, the reality is that only you can take the steps which will ensure that you will be able to remain healthy. Now, in fact, we are drowning in a mire of disinformation regarding diseases that are allegedly afflicting the human race. I hope you all agree that I have managed to at least give you some doubt regarding the historical presentation that has been handed down to us regarding vaccines and the germ theory. And this is all building up to something, folks, because tomorrow's show, I will be talking about AIDS. My first installment on AIDS, and there'll be another show about that, because it is a big one. This is an issue that I am absolutely outraged by. And if you had seen what I have seen over the last 10 years, you would understand why I am so outraged with AIDS. The time is ripe for the truth to come out about this scam called AIDS. And if you tune in tomorrow night, I'll begin the first of the two-part series I've taped here for Bill about it. We're going to show you how AIDS is not a gay or even a sexually transmitted disease. Show you it's not a new disease. Show you it's not a worldwide epidemic. Show you it's not caused by HIV or any other germ. It's not diagnosable by any lab test, and it's not increasing in blacks, women, and children. And we're definitely going to show you that it's not responsive to any vaccine, and most certainly cannot be dealt with by poisonous, toxic chemotherapies like AZT and the like. Folks, right now, where we are today, most people dying of AIDS are dying from treatment, but we'll get into that tomorrow. This is an issue that is going to affect you whether you like it or not, whether it be through the issue of mandatory AIDS testing, through AIDS vaccinations, and the like. I hope you will tune in. I think what I've accumulated over the last few years is valuable. I've put it together, and I have the research of some of the top scientists and researchers that I know of in this world with integrity behind me. I hope you will tune in. If you want to correspond with me about anything I've mentioned on any of the shows I've done, please feel free. I love the exchange of information, and I want to get as much of what I have out to people as possible. My address, Alex Loglia, Loglia, 217 East 85th Street, Suite 246, New York, New York, 10028. That's Alex Loglia, Loglia, 217 East 85th Street, Suite 246, New York, New York, 10028. If you'd like, you can include a phone number, and I will get in touch with you by phone. Good night, folks. Take care, and I hope you will tune in tomorrow.
Thanks so much for tuning into the Vonu podcast, and especially for sticking with me for 2.5 hours. I hope you found some value in today's episode and additional new books to read or lines of research to endeavor down. You can find the show notes at vonupodcast.com/87. And please do share this episode around. I have a feeling Fascist Tube, Fascist Book and Friends will squash this one. Again, the link to share is vonupodcast.com/87. Thanks.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO aspirin and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini.
And welcome to the Vonu podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. I'm your host, Shane, and coming to you from the Free Republic of PAZNIA, the Self-Liberator's Paradise, PAZNIA.com. That's PAZNIA.com. The Free Republic of PAZNIA is also the home of Vonu Fest, our now annual week-long festival of liberation, the official dates being from September 27th to October 4th, here in just a few weeks. We don't put together a rigorous schedule. There will be a number of self-liberation opportunities available for those looking to learn, courtesy of the following departments here at Veritas. First off, the PAZNIA Department of Permaculture for food self-sufficiency. Events could include processing lambs and birds, fall gardening and harvesting, canning, mushroom hunting, maybe some other things. Secondly, the PAZNIA Department of Defense, self-defense. A handgun training course by Pat Henry will be on offer for those interested. And thirdly, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, the possible experimentation with various electric and magnetic healing devices, and maybe, just maybe, the acquisition of an important piece of equipment. And as Aura just made me aware, I guess fourthly, the PAZNIA Bitcoin mines might officially open. We do have some panning equipment, so like some cold panning equipment, so we might get that out. Who knows? Number of stakeholder dinners and breakfasts will be on offer for attendees too. In addition to Libertarian Type Publications books, Aura's Apothecary, fresh eggs, produce, and possibly meat for sale. Of course, only vetted self-liberators are permitted entry. That is, I must know you or invite you personally, or we have to have a colleague in common willing to vouch for you. If you'd like to try and get vetted, please do join our Telegram chat channel, the PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence. That's t.me/PAZNIA chat. Again, t.me/PAZNIA chat. And I will drop a link in the show notes to that if you do want to join. So today I have another classic Bill Cooper series for you titled Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare from the year 1996. It was influential when I first heard it nearly 10 years ago, and it was even more mind-blowing the last two times, namely last year and again over the past few days. And I guess again when putting together this re-release just now. Especially these last times, though, now that I've got a whole hell of a lot more understanding and just study under my belt. But with that comes the further realization that there's even more that I don't know. Now, I could keep rambling, but I'll leave it there for now and turn you over to Bill. I do hope this helps to bring further clarification as to why the Servile Society is the way it is, and how the past 16 months was able to transpire so seamlessly. And more importantly, more relevant to this podcast and Vonu, solutions, and why it's so crucial for us to continue building the Second Realm and the PAZNIA network. There truly is nothing new under the sun. Please enjoy, and I do hope to see you at Vonu Fest 2 from September 27th to October 4th, right here at the Free Republic of PAZNIA. And if not, please do consider joining the digital Second Realm there at t.me/PAZNIA chat, or just visit the website PAZNIA.com. Thanks, guys.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have pen and paper by your side tonight, because I'm going to be imparting to you some knowledge that is very difficult to come by. It's going to help you understand who is bringing about the changes that are destroying this country. Whose agenda is it that is providing the nexus for the downfall of this great nation? Who are these people? What do they believe? Tonight's subject is secret societies
and psychological warfare. Don't go away. I'll be right back. A description of Anthony Schaeffer's protagonist in the film The Wicker Man, and I quote, "Tearing around in dizzying circles trying to solve it, never able to guess the true plot beyond it, although the evidence of it lies all around him," end quote. Cinefantastique. Charles Hoy Fort said this, "Almost all people of all eras are hypnotics. Their beliefs are induced beliefs. The proper authorities saw to it that the proper belief should be induced, and people believed properly." J.H. Towson in Clowns said this, quote, "As the mountebank delivered his harangue, the clown would repeatedly poke his head out from behind the curtain, making fun of everything his master said, parodying his patter and twisting the meaning of his words. The mountebank played the perfect straight man meanwhile. Here he was, trying so hard to hawk his wares, and his assistant was doing everything possible to undermine sales. The merriment was, of course, intentional. While the clown seemingly encouraged the public not to buy the proffered merchandise, the mountebank knew full well that the bystanders would easily be converted into customers as soon as they forgot that they were, in fact, supposed to be buying. Once the audience had been effectively hypnotized, once its judgment and willpower had been weakened, the real sales pitch could begin," end quote. And in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Dr. Albert Mackey, 33rd degree, defines hoodwink as, quote, "A symbol of the secrecy, silence, and darkness in which the mysteries of our art should be preserved from the unhallowed gaze of the profane," end quote. In a study, ladies and gentlemen, of mind control and psychological warfare, it is not enough to simply review the latest technology of coercion, the most recent gadgetry and techno-junk littering the hardware and supply depots of governments and so-called cults. You see, far more dangerous than these appliances is the praxis behind them, ages old, the underground current which informs the modern project and this modern era. You see, for life in our modern era is little more than life in an open-air mind control laboratory where a form of human alchemy has emerged to transform the mass of targeted percipients, the lead, targeted merely by virtue of their being urban dwellers plugged into the electronic and digital pageantry of the establishment's system of things, into the perfect human zombie, gold, to those who practice this ancient science that has never meant what any of you ever thought. I've heard so many people ridicule alchemy as being absolutely impossible to transform base elements. But you see, that's not what it was ever about. Not ever. In those days, when the church and kings ruled with an iron hand, and anyone who did anything that was not politically correct or religiously correct were swiftly and most terribly punished. So they disguised their true intent and their true teachings, the esoteric, with a system of exoteric descriptions. That to the profane would mean one thing, and to the initiate or the adept would mean quite another. But that was then. This is now. what sort of creature inhabits the modern domain? Who is the modern man? Well, the puppet masters say he is the smartest, most advanced individual to ever strut the planet, the most relatively liberated being in history. But Louis Ferdinand Celine said it well, quote, "What does the modern public want? It wants to go down on its knees before money and before crap," end quote. You see, the public have been trained to do this by two principal methods: direct speaking archetypal messages of pure terror, psychic driving, as the CIA's Dr. Ewan Cameron termed it, encoded in massively publicized lone nut mass murders, and the sinister flattery heaped upon them by their masters in the cult of civilization and progress. The acid test of a human being's freedom and will to protect the quality of his life lies in a person's attitude toward his oppressor. What is modern man's attitude? Toward Wall Street and the bankers and the elite. That body of adepts known as the secret college that combined are known as the Illuminati or the Order. What is modern man's attitude toward Dan Rather and the ignorance-bestowing media and advertising man, toward Lincoln and Truman, Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Reagan, George Bush, Johnny Carson, Exxon and Monsanto, and William Clinton? Well, as one writer has observed, and I quote, "The most amazing thing about the American people is that they are constantly defending their worst betrayers," end quote. So I ask you again, who then is the modern man? Well, if you've listened to this broadcast long enough, you know my interpretation. He is a mind-bombed patsy, an ignorant, apathetic twit who gets his marching orders from twilight language keywords sprinkled throughout his news and current events. And even as he dances to the tune of the elite managers of human behavior, provoked by buzzwords, he scoffs with great derision at the idea of the existence and operation of a technology of mass mind control emanating from the media and government. And that is most unfortunate. Modern man believes that he is much too smart to believe anything as superstitious as that. But the truth is, modern man, ladies and gentlemen, is the ideal hypnotic subject, puffed up on the idea that he is the crown of creation. He vehemently denies the power of the hypnotist's control over him, even as his head bobs up and down on the string. Anyone who believes what anyone else writes or says without thoroughly researching it and making sure that it is absolutely true is a puppet on a string. And when the puppet master calls the tune, he will dance. What we observe in the population today are the three destructive symptoms of persons whose minds are controlled by alien forces, and I do not mean from Mars. These forces are amnesia, in effect loss of memory. The second is abulia, or loss of will. The third is apathy, loss of interest in events vital to one's own health and survival. Amnesia, abulia, and apathy are nearly universal among us today and gaining a greater foothold with every passing day. A Japanese philosopher, George Osawa, stated that there was only one incurable sickness: arrogance. If a patient does not regard himself as sick, he cannot submit to a cure. That's why I've urged you, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see what is wrong with America today, go into your bathroom and look into the mirror. You will find the problem staring at you. And at that point, when you make that realization, you must admit to yourself, I have been stupid, I am ignorant, I am apathetic, and I must change. And if you do not, nothing will change, nothing will become better, nothing at all. The arrogant man does not need to see. He already sees almost everything. And what he thinks he has yet to learn, he believes the experts will one day show him. And who are these experts? They are not really doctors of the soul, ladies and gentlemen. They do not have the man's interest at heart. They are, in fact, his worst enemies. His most cunning manipulators who lead him to do their bidding like any slave master since Egypt. Why then does modern man revere them? Well, it's very simply because, ladies and gentlemen, they flatter him. And that's why you don't get any flattery from me, ever. You never have. I call the shots as they are. I tell you the truth, no matter who it hurts or helps, even if it hurts me. And oh, how you hate it. Oh, how you hate to hear the truth. The man who tells the truth is universally disliked by every person. Because every person has an agenda and is hiding behind a fantasy which the truth penetrates like an arrow and leaves him stripped naked before the whole universe. And he does not like that. But yet it must be. For a great man once said, my leader once said, seek ye the truth, and the truth will make you free. Nothing else will. And without the truth, no man or woman is free, can be free, or ever will be free. But the truth hurts. The truth strips all away and stands golden before all men. Yet how many of you trade that gold of the truth for the lead of the fantasy and the lies? How many of you are going backward in the alchemical process? Modern man reveres his puppet masters, his overseers, because they flatter him. This is the very first secret of mass mind control and can be observed as the foundation stone of virtually every single false religion, party, cult, philosophy, system, training, and great organized church. How can modern man free himself when he is told that he is already a demigod? That the problem lies only in finding a pure enough economic or political system worthy of his high-minded brilliance. Oh. If we look closely, we will see, ladies and gentlemen, that this mind control principle is so basic and simple, it is almost stupidly so, to the point that we marvel that anyone would or could be seduced by it. But it's only a matter of attention. as we saw in the parable of the mountebank and the clown. You see, arrogant hypnopatsies have been told by their masters that they are demigods, and demigods are never deceived or distracted. They're too smart. And by their arrogant self-satisfaction, they blind themselves to the simplicity of the device that ensnares them, and that is when the real sales pitch begins. You see, what the alchemical managers have bred over a millennia is a human race of the most wretched stupidity and ignorance unrivaled in thousands of years. These blind slaves are told they are free and highly educated, and they believe it, even as they march behind signs that would cause any medieval peasant to run screaming away from them in panic-stricken terror. The symbols that modern man embraces with the naive trust of an infant would be tantamount to billboards reading, quote, "This way to your death and enslavement," end quote, to the understanding of a traditional peasant of antiquity. It was their world. They understood it perfectly. I doubt seriously any medieval man would have much difficulty in feeling a sense of overwhelming foreboding in the face of the Soviet hammer and sickle symbol. Yet most modern literate people obviously don't know a thing about what that symbol actually represents, except on the most profane level as the implements of the farmer and the worker. You really believe that? The sickle, ladies and gentlemen, symbolizes Saturn, also known as Kronos, Saturn, or as the Greeks called it, Demiurgos, the operating engineer of the universe, as opposed to the creator of that universe, Satan, Lucifer. In the reign of Saturn, we see exorbitant building and modeling activities, and this is reflected in the Masonic reference to their god as the Big Builder, or Architect, and their nickname, the Builders. Who erected the Tower of Babel. All this sounds reasonably attractive. Many of us can appreciate magnificent buildings and splendid projects along those lines. But as usual, ladies and gentlemen, there's much more to it than this. You see, that's the exoteric interpretation. Underneath is the truth. How many of you drive Saturns? How many of you drive Mazdas? How many of you even know the origin of those names and what they stand for? This Saturnian Masonic edifice complex, not Oedipus, but edifice complex, ultimately is building against the grain, against nature. And what's wrong with that? Well, you'll stick with me and you'll see. At the beginning, in the early eras, nature's forces were manipulated with a knowledge which required the greatest intimacy with her ways, as reflected in the various megalithic structures in the British Isles, Europe, and even ancient America. There's even beauty, simplicity, and power in this early architecture. And modern enthusiasts have mistaken the knowledge and sensitivity to natural forces intrinsic to this ancient technology as indicative of a positive force at work. But actually, with some crucial exceptions, the rise of the megaliths marked the rise of the Hermetic Academy into its dominant physical phase. The theory is that the megaliths pin down natural forces, helping to subdue nature's most savage furies. We marvel
today at the Hoover Dam, but that symbol Latin construction is but a crude parody of the technology of the megaliths which helped to dam the wildest forces of nature. The construction of these megaliths, heralded by New Age types as marvels of ancient ingenuity and cooperation with nature, are actually the first physical evidence of the end of Eden, of that period on earth when humanity lived as the servants and friends of God's natural creation, as nomads and hunter-gatherers. You see, the great error of modern enthusiasts for what they regard as the magical, Merlin-esque, harmonious time of the Druids and Stonehenge in ancient Egypt is ignorance of the fact that the historical period they idolize was itself immersed in a tampering technology and materialism, which essentially marked a revolutionary break. The cutting off, the severing of man's relation with the natural order. Well, what is wrong with that, you say? Well, according to John Mitchell, he said, the first revolution of Olympus marks the first deviation from the primeval ways of men presided over by Cronus, otherwise Saturn. End quote. Saturn is Lucifer, Satan. And this revolution marks the end of man's Edenic relationship with the natural world. You never understood it before, did you? I hope you're beginning to now. Henceforward, man is alienated from nature by means of the Saturnian scythe, which symbolizes the sense of separation from God's natural creation that man experienced after the fall. You see how simple it all really is? And it really is that simple, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go away. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, man began his peregrination away from Eden through his conceit that he would become as God. Remember what happened in the Garden of Eden? God told Adam and Eve to tend the garden. Don't eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. He commanded them not to. And he told them what would happen if they did. If ye do, ye will surely die. Lucifer, through his agent Satan, seduced Eve and told her, God lied to you. He's hiding your true nature. He doesn't want you to know that if you eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you too will become as gods. And Eve, in turn, seduced Adam. That's the story in the book of Genesis. Now, I'm not telling any of you to believe any of this. I am teaching you the esoteric knowledge of the mysteries. And in these mystery schools and mystery religions, they believe that Lucifer was the good one and God, Jehovah, was the bad one, because he was holding man enslaved in the chains, the bonds of ignorance in this Garden of Eden. Lucifer, through his agent Satan, set man free, knocked off the chains with the gift of knowledge. And through the use of this gift of knowledge, man himself will become God. That is the story. And so many people fall for this deception. For no man, I can assure you, will ever be God. Ever. No part can ever be equal to or greater than the whole. That's one of the greatest lessons you can ever learn. You think you could pick up a bushel of apples, squeeze them together, and make
the original tree from which they came? No. You can take the seed from the apple and plant it and grow another apple tree, but that apple tree will not be the original tree from which the seed sprang. Never. Not ever in a million years. Nor can all of the apple trees, from all of the seeds, from all of the apples that fell from that tree ever, in their entirety, be that same original tree. Now, of course, I'm making a little metaphor here, which is nothing even approaching the discrepancy between man becoming a god and God, who made man. And I hope you can understand that. Man has a conceit that he would become as God. Yet, as soon as he left the divine plan for the occult process, his stated objective became the Kabbalistic tikkun olam, or, quote, repair of the world, end quote. In other words, God's creation was not perfect. Man is going to perfect it. Man is going to repair the imperfections in God's world via the intervention and imposition of human brain power, the very egomaniacal device that caused the separation from God's natural Eden in the very first place. Repair of the world. Indeed! A world the Kabbalists had only just ruined. Repair the world? Man can't even repair himself. I don't know any man that's perfect. I don't know any man that hasn't had problems. I don't know any man that's not hiding some dastardly secret he doesn't want anybody else to know. I don't know any man who hasn't done wrong to himself or others. Repair the world? Repair yourself first. And I doubt it can be done. It is not the nature of man. After the Saturnian division, Hermetic man saw himself as separate and inevitably above nature, though always quick to identify himself as nature's benign shepherd. Oh, what a deception this is. This mighty occult shepherd king figure has emerged in history under the forms of Arthur, Merlin, Pendragon, Prester John, John F. Kennedy, and many others. He is the personification of the manipulation of nature by secret technology on behalf of a secret hierarchy, which, if known at all, is always careful to present itself as the supreme friend of divine creation. If the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, that is to say, the literal alteration of man's circumstance of living solely upon God's bounty and providence, was the result of satanic intervention, why has it not dawned on us that civilization is itself satanic? Oh, that's a good one to send you to bed with, isn't it? But that's exactly the question that you should be pondering. In the Hermetic Masonic tradition, the secret identity of Satan is the force represented in occult lore as emanating from the star Sirius, the so-called dog star, Canis Major. And in the secret tradition of the Freemasons, Sirius is overwhelmingly identified with a single primary attribute, the bringing of civilization to Earth. The heirs of this magical current were saluted by the Illuminist and master alchemist Comenius in his 1668 book entitled The Way of Light. Remember, Lucifer is the fallen angel of light. The book was dedicated to the first scientific organization in Western history, Britain's August Royal Society. In it, Comenius addressed the first formal scientists as, quote, Illuminati, end quote, and outlined their scientific purpose, quote, which is to secure the empire of the human mind over matter, end quote. And I've had so many people call me or write me and deny the very existence of the Illuminati. In a key Rosicrucian description of the city of Utopia, it is shown to be dominated, ladies and gentlemen, by science and mechanics, and more ominously by the medical dissection of cadavers. In other words, by the hyper-analytical obsession of rationalism with dead matter and measurement. The utopian city of the Rosicrucians is before us today. New York and Los Angeles, Babylon the Great. And it was planned in 1668 and long before. You see, we have forgotten the depth of the roots of the modern disease. We have accepted the pop-pap that anything that predated the more obvious rapacity of modern industrial pollution was natural or magical. The notion of magic being identified with the pristine. Hence, we have denied ourselves knowledge of the beginning of the rise of the cryptocracy. John Mitchell said, quote, it is their immediate concern, having eaten of the tree of knowledge, to apply all their newly acquired arts to constructing a facsimile of the garden, a model paradise, end quote. But you see, they just don't get it. There was already an architecture prior to man's imposition of his structures and inventions. This was the architecture of the natural landscape as shaped by God. To claim that to have left it as it was would have been barbarous and backward is symptomatic of the diseased occult mind and its gigantic egotistical pathology. I have never in my life seen anything ever built or rendered by the hand of man that ever equaled the absolute breathtaking beauty of the natural scape. As long as it was left as God created, it was paradise. Everybody is looking for the Garden of Eden. Don't you understand? It's all around you. The earth is the Garden of Eden. We were cast out of it. Due to our blindness, we feverishly cooperate with the imposition upon the earth as our own version of Eden, which always ends in the creation of Babylon, hell on earth. John Mitchell said again, quote, settlement leads to the establishment of social hierarchies, through specialization, the development of arts and sciences, the building of temples and houses. For millions of years, men, essentially the same as we are now, lived without these and presumably without feeling the need for them. Tacitus described a German tribe that lived entirely without artificial shelter. The phenomenon of successive towns built around the same sacred place, the spirit of which became the foundation deity, receiving the sacrifices offered in expiation of the crime of settlement, and giving the law by which the city was governed. Implicit in this law was a contract between man and God, by which the first was permitted a conditional and limited use of land for agricultural and building in return for duties and observances paid to the second. So it was understood by the founding fathers of all of the ancient cities. And the rituals tell you this. But as cities expand, these limitations become more onerous and neglected, with the result that, in the language of Apocalypse, the city becomes Babylon, the parasitic whore, and proceeds toward destruction. In this belief, the traditional element in ancient Rome objected to expansion beyond the original city boundaries, considering it a breach of the foundation contract. Such counsels were, of course, ignored, just as they're ignored today, and in consequence, Rome, following the career of all previous empires, became Babylon indeed. Civilization, you see, tends to grow more elaborate and to make ever greater demands on the earth that sustains it. There comes a time when the old natural devotion to the earth is exchanged for the desire to increase the products of the earth by artificially stimulating its fertility. This stage is marked in history by the appearance of sun gods, divinities of reason, intellect, and centralized government, whose legends refer always to their victories over dragons, in effect, nature. The dragon is sometimes representative of self. The battle in the mind. When St. George was said to have slain the dragon, he overcame himself. This policy of artificially increasing the earth's fertility and multiplying the gifts of its spirit, instead of accepting what is given by nature, is evident in the staking of the earth in symbolism, as is seen in the motif of the knight spearing the dragon, which is sometimes viewed as the pinnacle of the victory of light over dark. How many times have you heard Clinton say that? There's a great battle between the forces of light over the forces of darkness. Cicero said the same thing. Hitler said the same thing. All through history, despots and Babylons have been mouthing the same thing over and over and over again. But ladies and gentlemen, we should also be aware that there is an alternate, occult reading of this image. This Arthurian symbol has been celebrated by pagans and Freemasons as a sign of man's usurpation of natural creation. The staking process is seen by them as a means to pin down the heretofore flowing character of the energy of creation so as to be harnessed and bled by Stonehenge-like technology in order to give greater and greater resources to man. The Washington Monument is one such pinning down. It is the phallus of Osiris, the generative force, capturing the creative energy for man's use. Mitchell said, quote, "The appearance of the sun god signals the introduction of a technology that aims to alter the natural channels of the earth spirit and to stimulate its energies for the benefit of an increasingly large settled population. From all that has recently been discovered about the scientific knowledge and methods of the megalith builders, it appears that their system was in the magical tradition of Egypt, Babylon, and the ancient East. At Delphi, by spearing the serpent and localizing its energies, Apollo raised the productivity of the oracle. Every ancient standing stone is like the omphalos in the temple of Apollo, driven into the head of the telluric serpent current, fixing and augmenting the earth energies which had formerly fluctuated." Yet in the end, the system became onerous and ineffective, demanding at least as much from the people as it gave in return. Here is revealed the inevitable betrayal by the institutionalized system of technology of the people who have come to depend upon it. The land had become more productive, the people richer and more numerous, until, under the influence of cyclical changes in the heavens, the flow began to withdraw from the temples and take other paths. The latter-day priests, having neglected the principles of the old astronomical science by which the temples were first sited and planned, and no longer sensitive to the earth's spiritual energies, could only resort to more frantic invocations, attended by ever-increasing sacrifice in attempts to repeat the former results, and thus followed, as it has on many occasions and in many places over the world, a reaction against the artificial and ever more futile proceedings of the magicians and a return to simpler ways." End quote. We will continue this tomorrow night. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless each and every single one of you. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, what you just heard was a warning. A warning that right now doesn't make too much sense to most of you, but over the next few years will become increasingly clear. Everyone in America knows that there is something terribly wrong. They can feel it in their gut. Every time we turn around, some new restriction is placed upon our life, upon our business, upon our children, upon our purchasing power. Have you ever asked yourself why it is that in the greatest nation that has ever existed upon the face of this earth, with the most opportunity, with a constitution that guarantees and protects individual creator-endowed rights, where anyone can rise to the ultimate ability of their own desires, ambition, or needs? If you ever ask yourself, why is it that every year we just get poorer and poorer? And in a country where one person used to be able to earn enough money to feed the entire family and clothe the family and house the family, now it takes the husband and the wife, and sometimes the children, to accomplish this same exact feat. What, ladies and gentlemen, has gone wrong in this country? Well, we will explore some of these things tonight and every night on the Hour of the Time. Don't go away. I'll be right back. A New World Order. Everybody thinks that maybe George Bush just coined that phrase off the top of his head, but not so, ladies and gentlemen. It's been bandied about throughout the history of the world. Hitler talked about a new order of the world. Some of his underlings actually used the term New World Order. And I could, in fact, go on and on and on. However, I want to cover tonight some important information, I believe. And so, as soon as I figure out what I've done with these CDs here, I will get to that. Okay. Now I know what I did. In the beginning of human existence, according to the Bible, God created man and He created woman as a companion to man, and He placed them in
what the Bible calls the Garden of Eden. In this garden there was a tree that bore fruit, and it was called the tree of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. And God forbid Adam and Eve to partake of the fruit of that tree. And he told them, if ye do, ye will surely die. And he appointed Adam and Eve to be the caretakers of the garden, and of the trees and plants, and of the beasts, and animals, and birds, and of the earth. But there is an esoteric version of what happened at that time, and it is a metaphor, ladies and gentlemen. The people who expound this story do not believe in God, they do not believe in Satan, they do not believe in a devil. It is their story of the theory of evolution, and it's exactly where that theory comes from. It is known in the esoteric language of the mystery schools, the fraternal organizations, if you will, the secret societies of the world, as the Luciferian philosophy. You see, they believe that man was held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust and vindictive God, and that man, in his innocence, existing and rooting about upon instinct, was at the mercy of nature, of the elements, and of the beasts, and of the terror of the night. Lucifer argued with God about the condition of man in this Garden of Eden and was flung out of heaven. Lucifer went in the personage of Satan. Some say that Satan is the servant of Lucifer, and seduced Eve to partake of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and Eve in turn seduced Adam to do the same. And the argument that Lucifer used to cause this to happen was that God had lied to Adam and Eve and was withholding from them their true nature. And since he was withholding from them their true nature, and was, according to Lucifer, holding them in slavery, bound in the chains of ignorance, he was withholding from them their true destiny. And the promise of Satan was this: God has lied to you. You must eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And if you do, you will not surely die, but ye will be as gods. And so Eve partook of the fruit, and Adam partook of the fruit. And according to this esoteric metaphor of the mystery schools, Satan bestowed the gift of intellect upon man and upon woman. The Bible calls it the fall. In the esoteric language of the mysteries, it is the rise into the potential of godhood, the apotheosis, if you will. And through the use of this intellect, man himself will become God by overcoming the forces of nature and the beasts of the field, and leaving that state of innocence and that perfect balance of nature, and creating the Tower of Babel, ladies and gentlemen, which is representative of society and civilization. Many people read those stories and never understand them. I am not commenting, ladies and gentlemen, upon which is right or which is wrong. I am just telling you that it is what it is. I have told you what the Bible says and what Christianity believes, and I have told you the metaphor of the esoteric teachings of the mystery religion of ancient Babylon. And that is what they believe. Satan is represented as Prometheus. Prometheus, remember, was the bolt of lightning flung from the sky, is the messenger in the ancient mythology. The gift of fire to man, by the bolt represented by the bolt of lightning striking a tree, is the representation of the gift of intellect and the beginning of everything that has followed hence. For without fire there would be no civilization, there would be no industry, there would be no society, there would be nothing. And some ancient man, according to this ancient mystery religion of Babylon, saw this lightning, saw Prometheus bring this gift and strike the tree, which began to burn, took a branch, and learned how to keep that fire alive. And even today, ladies and gentlemen, even today in the modern mystery religions, there is the ceremony of maintaining the eternal flame, the flame that is never allowed to die upon the altar. It was in ancient Mesopotamia, ancient Assyria, ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, and it is today. In fact, the adepts of this mystery religion scoff at us as they maintain the eternal flame burning upon the sacrificed king whom they killed in Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas, on November the 22nd, 1963, John F. Kennedy. The mythical satanic bringer of civilization to Earth was supposed to be some sort of alien from the star system Sirius, as one story goes, around whom the ancient Egyptians and all subsequent Hermetic systems of these secret societies constructed their elaborate and obsessive religio-astronomic observances. This star, ladies and gentlemen, known as Sirius, also served as an astronomic secret code, an allegory of the illusory quality and inherent trickiness of what is known as the material world. In astronomic magnitude, Sirius is approximately 35 times brighter than our sun. In fact, it is regarded as the greater light in the highest occult circles, as analogous to the hidden God of the cosmos. For just as the star Sirius's true magnitude is dwarfed by the sun of our solar system by means of this illusion generated by distance, so too, ladies and gentlemen, is the influence of Satan in the world obscured behind a welter of churches and lip service to the teachings of Christ. The emblem of the all-seeing eye above the unfinished pyramid is in fact the representation of the eye of Sirius and of its omniscient surveillance, which literally means in the exoteric world, and that means what you, the profane, can understand, there are adepts and initiates everywhere, and they are watching you. It would be extremely difficult to exaggerate the fanatical degree of attachment the priesthood of Egypt and all the subsequent related Hermetic traditions had and still have for the star Sirius. You see, the entire calendar year of the Egyptians was based upon the rising times of this star. The heliacal rising of Sirius, ladies and gentlemen, was so important to the ancient Egyptians that gigantic temples were constructed with their main aisles oriented precisely towards the spot on the horizon where Sirius would appear. The light of Sirius would be channeled along the corridor due to this precise orientation in order to flood the altar in the inner sanctum as if a pinpointed spotlight had been switched on. This blast of light, focused from a single star, was possible because of the orientation being so incredibly precise and because the temple would be otherwise in total darkness within. In a huge, utterly dark temple, the light of one star focused solely on the altar must have made quite an impact on those present, especially the initiates, are those present to receive an initiation. According to the astronomer John A. Eddy, the rock circle, located near Lovell, Wyoming, known as the Bighorn Medicine Wheel, is aligned with the rising of Sirius. And you can find this in the article called Astronomical Alignment of the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in Science, issue of June the 7th, 1974, where it says, and I quote, "The heliacal rising of Sirius was also important to other ancient peoples. Here is a description by the ancient Greek poet Aratus of the rising of Sirius, often known as the dog star, as it is in the constellation Canis, or dog. The tip of his, or the dog's, terrible jaw is marked by a star, that keenest of all blazes with a searing flame, and him men call Sirius." Throughout Latin literature, there are many references to the dog days which followed the heliacal rising of Sirius in the summer. These hot, parched days were thought by that time to derive some of their ferocity and dryness from the searing of Sirius, which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is the brightest star in the heavens. Further on in this study, you may see that a key ritual sacrifice intended to imprint the group mind of the masses of the 1970s, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, I said the 1970s, the Son of Sam serial murders involved the orders from a dog named Sam. The later capture of one of the killers in the cult, a man by the name of David Berkowitz, coincided with the coming of the dog days of summer in August 1977. In Satanists and 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike's 8th degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the focus of worship is on the blazing star as symbolized by the pentagram, and Pike identifies Sirius in his Morals and Dogma as the grand builder of architecture. John Mitchell said this: "The alchemists aimed to recapture the spirit of Mercurius as the mobile agent in their operations, and they spoke of fixing it, using the imagery of the stake driven through the earth serpent, by which means their predecessors, alchemists of elemental cosmic forces, had attempted to raise the subtle spirit of the earth. All these good people shared the noblest ambition to invoke again the golden age on earth. No doubt, in time, they did much to promote human convenience and comfort, and civilizations have been humanized by such efforts. But their falls have thereby only been delayed. For the human spirit, like the spirit of the earth, is a natural wanderer and does not forever accept domesticity. Attempts to fix nature's volatile principle will always be made, and the spirit may, for a time, accept the ways imposed upon it by human nature in its material aspect. But sooner or later, it will prefer its own ways, and will take them whatever obstacles are put in its path. And that was taken from The Earth Spirit by John Mitchell, or The Earth Spirit, published by Crossroad Publishing Company. So, we observe that Saturn and his Golden Age architecture, both mental and physical, came only after the end of Eden. After Saturn, Sirius had separated the unity of heaven and earth by means of his fateful sickle. So what do we have behind the cover story about a workers' paradise in the Soviet Union? We have the sickle, the very occult symbol of the bisection of heaven and earth, the very symbol of the destruction of Eden by demonic accelerated material and temporal decay, and, most important, false philosophies which generate division, a la Hegel, between humanity's sense of itself and identification with God's divine creation, under the cover of slogans of unity. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, we have a grotesque mockery of the very principle touted. This macabre arrogance borders on the clownish for those initiates or self-initiates who have the wit to see it. And I hope that you do. Have you ever noticed how television and print media will scream themselves hoarse in news, documentaries, editorials, and heavy analytical pieces about rising pornography, crime, violence, gunplay, etc.? And yet, in the very same TV guide announcing the very latest special on the crisis of sex and violence in America will appear an advertisement for Miami Vice, the show that brings you the action and excitement you've come to expect, etc., 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 ad nauseum. Your newspaper, ladies and gentlemen, take a good look at it, especially the Arizona Repulsive. But it doesn't have to be in Arizona. There's one in every state. In fact, there's two in every major city. And if you'll check, they're both owned by the same corporation. One professes to be liberal, one professes to be conservative, and the population is fooled that they have a voice. And that is how news is controlled, and that's how you're manipulated. It's no different in Phoenix than it is in New York, or Boston, or Chicago, or Los Angeles, or anywhere else. Your newspaper will condemn sex and violence in the loftiest terms, but right there in the entertainment section is a half-page advertisement for a new action movie accompanied by a photo of women in string bikinis and high heels fondling automatic pistols and machine gun phalanx symbols. You see, right there in front of you is the official attack on sex and violence. There is the official attack on Satanism, and yet you need not be Sherlock Holmes to detect that the very themes which Orthodox officialdom condemns with its right hand, its left hand, counterculture officialdom disseminates. There is a man, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, whom I exposed in my book, Behold a Pale Horse, who works for United States Army Military Intelligence. He is also the leader of the Temple of Set, a satanic church characterized as satanic by the official orthodoxy of the system. Michael Aquino, in a letter to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch of February the 6th, 1989, responded to attacks on his organization by a supposedly scandalized culture that is itself satanic. And he said this, quote, "If teenage gangs may experiment with what they believe to be occult rituals Blame should be laid squarely at the feet of the media, which glamorize occult violence to youth. I specifically refer to the movie industry, with offerings of increasingly gory and violent splatter films, such as Nightmare on Elm Street, with its child molester hero Freddy, Halloween, Friday the 13th, etc. Note that such films usually include several sequels also targeted at children, and Freddy now has his own weekly television series, and parents wonder where children are getting all their bizarre occult ideas. Please turn on your television sets any evening or examine even the PG horror movie offerings at your local video store, much less the R category. End quote. That's how Michael Aquino justified his leadership of the Satanic Church, the Temple of Set in San Francisco. The mechanism of prissy 6 o'clock TV news show put-downs and exposés with the little Barbie doll and the little Ken guy sitting there, of the very satanic sex and violence which are lustily celebrated on the same channel on their 10 o'clock movie, is sheer hypocrisy. Of the most blatant and perverse form, it's not concealed at all. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, we cooperate with it. We do. We are its prey, and we consent to be preyed upon. We lift up our chins so that our throat is exposed, so that the wolf can more easily sever our jugular vein. Both sides, light and shadow, have magnetic attraction for us, and that is the failing of the human nature. Everyone likes to say that, and this is what I really loved about Flip Wilson, he brought it home to us, those of us who would listen, the devil made me do it! Oh, the devil made, I would never done that, but the devil laid his hands on me, the devil made me do it! The devil never made anybody do anything, ladies and gentlemen. We did it if we did it. You did it if you did it. I did it if I did it. And that's the truth. The official orthodoxy simply allows us to indulge our good sense about ourselves as people who can still be outraged. That makes us feel better about it. Meanwhile, the establishment's official counterculture allows us to indulge our guilty pleasures, as they are once again openly referred to by a pair of syndicated TV movie critics, and I'll let you guess who they are. Pleasure, as distinct from joy or happiness, is almost always enhanced by the patina of the forbidden, and having reassured our persona of our essential goodness by sharing in the condemnations promulgated by the official orthodoxy, we can then fling ourselves headlong into guilty indulgence of the very themes we agreed were execrable when condemned on the nightly news. Amazing, isn't it? You want to know the cities where pornography sells the most? You want to know the cities where pornographers make more money than any place else? It's cities, ladies and gentlemen, where pornography is totally and completely outlawed. Why? Simply because of human nature. We are sorely tempted by that which is denied to us. The collective occult schizophrenia, or mass insanity, if you will, extends to Judeo-Christians who condemn Satanism as a concept when presented in church forums, television chat shows, and police seminars, but who relax and divert themselves with satanic television and videos. there's a good and evil side of everyone. You show me anyone, anywhere, I don't care who it is, and I don't care where it is, who is the pillar of the community, who has never done wrong, whom no one could ever suspect of ever indulging in anything bad or evil or pornographic or seditious or anything you wish to name. And I guarantee you that if I followed them around with a television camera concealed for 6 months, what I could reveal to you from that little excursion would probably destroy your community. For everyone has something they're hiding in their closet. Some fault, some defect, some temptation, some evil deed that they have done years ago, and maybe that they have repented and would never do it again, but it is there lurking in the shadows nevertheless. And if there is such a person who has not been tempted, who has not fallen into a bad companionship, who has not performed some deed of which they are grossly ashamed, then maybe we have missed the return of Christ. And I don't think we've missed anything, ladies and gentlemen. Modern people are fascinated with exposés of sex, violence, and Satanism, and fascination is itself a form of mind control. If we recognize that oftentimes obsessive treatments of these themes under the guise of exposing them are the very means of inducing interest and involvement in the occult, in sex, in violence, in Satanism, in crime. Do you think people really watch cops because they want to see how the police do their work? You know, you might foist that explanation off on somebody. That's stupid, but don't try it with me, because I know, and so do you. And I won't listen to your lie. You watch it because you see what is forbidden to you in the guise of something that is legitimate to view. People who never hear about Satanism, extreme violence, and extreme pornography are unlikely to become involved with Satanism, violence, and pornography. And the extent of their temptation and the skeletons that they hide in their closets are similarly reduced in magnitude. Those who fill their heads with morbid fascination, with lurid media depictions of evil in the world, under the pretense of putting an end to such evil, are actually, ladies and gentlemen, part of the process which precedes its wider acceptance. The film, The Exorcist, is instructive in this vein. Under the guise of exposing Satanism, it brutalized its audience with pornography and a powerful occult milieu, and many of them have fallen into its wider temptation. Roman Polanski's popular Hollywood film Rosemary's Baby was also presented from the vantage of supposedly exposing the danger of Satanism, but has accurately been called the very best advertisement for Satanism ever made in history, an allegory of the birth of the demonic eon. Polanski has himself been implicated in child molestation. It has also been alleged that he videotaped pornography involving children and animals for sale to a private network, possibly in association with Charles Manson, whose followers ritually sacrificed Polanski's wife, Sharon Tate, and her unborn baby They knew exactly where they were going that night. Kate herself may have been involved in the occult, possibly the Process Church of the Final Judgment, a satanic group which Manson was also associated with. For reference, see the book Painted Black, Harper and Row, pages 115 and 116, and also another book, The Manson File, pages 168 to 172. You see, we document everything on this broadcast. Of course, no matter what her affiliations, Sharon Tate's murder was still a heinous crime. It is a heinous crime even if someone volunteers to be the victim in a human sacrificial rite upon an altar. It is still a crime. A heinous crime, a terrible loss of the potential of a human life. I find it interesting to note that while much is made of the murder of her unborn baby as being the most horrible part of the Manson gang's occult violence, women who pay physicians to kill their unborn babies are not regarded as guilty of any satanic act, heinous or otherwise, and yet, in my estimation, in my belief, and I believe in fact it is murder. Was the sacrifice of Sharon Tate's unborn baby somehow a ritual precursor of the coming mass sacrifice of unborn children, which was subsequently legalized by the United States Supreme Court? The media puts us on intimate terms with Satan by immersing us in his spectacular electronic videodrome kingdom. Was it by some sort of television that Satan tempted Christ? The devil showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. All these I will give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Luke chapter 4 verse 5, Matthew chapter 4 verses 8 and 9. The double mind. The profoundly disturbed mind at war with itself, and ignorant even of that fact, is a characteristic of the scapegoat patsy, lone nut, cult killers, and of the American people in general. For in this time frame of ours, we are initiated into their cult solely by means of our exposure to the electronic videodrome. And thus, our prospects become the same as those of David Berkowitz, Mark David Chapman, Arthur Brimmer, James Earl Ray, and many others. In the 19th century, the phenomenon was termed Masonic apoplexy. Today, ladies and gentlemen, it is called zombieism. Isn't it amazing? And we have families, ladies and gentlemen, who live together, sometimes even work together, sometimes play together, but have never talked to each other. Oh, yeah. Get up. It's time to get up, Johnny. Okay, Ma. What's for breakfast? Bye. See you later. Folks, that's not talking. Before the age of radio, and I go back that far because that was the beginning of the alienation of human beings from each other. People talked to each other. They spoke to each other. They communicated their feelings. They loved. They did things together. Communities met together. There was a time when people would sit upon their front porch so as to more easily be able to communicate and talk with their neighbors. When someone came to visit, they did not turn on a radio or a television set. They sat in the parlor and talked to each other. They conversed, and they played games, and they expressed humanity. When radio came along, much of that changed, although there was still a great deal of communication between people, and amongst family members there were times when everyone sat in complete, utter silence listening to the radio. And I can remember when I was a boy doing exactly that, allowing my imagination to run rampant, listening to radio shows such as The Whistler, The Creaking Door, Suspense, Let's Pretend, The Lone Ranger, Sergeant Preston and his dog Yukon King, Hopalong Cassidy, Gene Autry. Oh, those were wonderful times. Oh, you bet they were. And I don't know any young child who would not have reveled in those episodes of suspense and intrigue and adventure that opened up the world to us who lived in a very narrow quarter and had no idea of anything outside of our little realm. And that was the beginning of globalism, whether you realize it or not. And then came television. And now people don't talk to anybody at all. It's all stopped dead in its tracks. We'll continue this tomorrow night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. And God bless each and every single one of you. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, and tonight we're going to continue with part 3 of our series on secret societies and psychological warfare. And this is taken from the research of the Intelligence Service, the CAGI News Service, and Michael A. Hoffman II. Would advise you to pay very, very close attention, and if you missed the first 2 segments, remember you can send a self-addressed stamped number 10 size envelope and $1 to Harvest, P.O. Box 1970, Eager, spelled E-A-G-A-R, Arizona 85925, and ask for an info pack. And we'll send you a current catalog of tapes and all of the other things that we produce at the Harvest Trust, including the new expose tome, if you will, monumental and encyclopedic in scope, Oklahoma City Day 1 by Michelle Marie Moore, with a foreword by yours truly. Last night, ladies and gentlemen, we left off talking about the symptomatic condition known as Masonic apoplexy in the 19th century, and today it is called zombieism. Let's continue by looking at the modern Catholic Church under Popes John the 23rd and Paul the 6th and Pope John Paul the 2nd, which, taking a leaf, ladies and gentlemen, from the Elizabethan Anglican Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, announced publicly an enlightened new universal reform, born of Vatican Council II's spirit of renewal and openness, henceforward to be marked by a new reverence for lay involvement, dialogue, and, catch this, democracy. And you hear people like Pat Robertson and Paul Crouch echoing these same sentiments, in fact calling for the Pope to take leadership over the Christian church worldwide including Protestantism. How can that be? For Protestant means to protest against the Catholic Church. Something is happening here, ladies and gentlemen, that you had better pay very close attention to. Now, remember, this is not a religious broadcast, and I am not criticizing your religion, whatever religion you belong to. I am merely calling your attention to the manipulation of all of us by the leaders of some of these religious movements and churches. Now, just as Cranmer sneered at the common peasants in England who dared to protest the repression of the traditional liturgy, Cranmer had claimed they no longer wanted the Vatican II Catholic Church, in the name of new freedoms, also suppressed, against the wishes of the common people, the old liturgy. They just turned it around. It was outlawed, and a modern liturgy designed by the Freemason Annibale Bugnini and love, spelled L-U-H-V, rhetoric, to justify the suppression in the name of the people's wishes, followed it. Cranmer murdered en masse the English Catholic peasants who rose in defense of the old liturgy. Cranmer massacred them and crushed their peasant uprising, which became known as the Western Rising. It was the time, in fact, when the old Knights Templars, seeking their revenge, again took control of the Knights Hospitallers, now known as the Knights of Malta, or more correctly, the ancient and military Order of the Knights of Malta, which is, in fact, the militia of the Pope. Later, the infiltration of the Vatican by the Masonic Order was complete by the Propaganda II Lodge in Italy, which was created by the Central Intelligence Agency, working in concert with the Mafia. And this is all documented in Piers Compton's excellent work, fully documented and sourced, known as The Broken Cross. This Protestant Inquisition is seldom mentioned nowadays, in keeping with the massive strategy of tarring only the Catholic Church with the brush of inquisitor, and thereby building up the Protestantism as the exclusive true Christianity. Not so. They have presented this false picture to the world because Protestantism was the chosen vehicle, ladies and gentlemen, through which Freemasonry infiltrated Christianity and through which it is destroying the church today. Protestants, not just Catholics, persecuted and executed thousands of Anabaptists, which were the forerunners of today's Mennonites and Amish peoples. Michael Servetus, a dissenting mathematician, was burned at the stake in Switzerland by Calvinists. According to contemporary adherents of paganism, the 16th century covens of Wicca sided with the Protestant Queen Elizabeth against the Catholics in appreciation of her having awarded Satanist John Dee, the founder of Freemasonry in England, high office in her government. And for that, you can look in The Pinnacle and the Wand by Howard Rheingold, by the Whole Earth Review, spring 1992, page 61. The French Revolution of 1789, which was also known as the Reign of Terror, was a Masonic war against the Catholic Church and the Catholic people of France. A war conducted with all the instruments of torture and all the atrocities of an inquisition. The Masonic hanging judge, Jean-Baptiste Carrier, ordered the execution of 13,000 Catholics who were drowned in the Loire River in boats especially designed just for that purpose. And on December the 23rd, 1793, the Masonic General Francois Westermann attacked the Catholic village of Savigny, killing hundreds of Catholic women and children. Westerman bragged that he had trampled children under horses' feet and massacred women who will no longer give birth to brigands. His exact words. In 1794, another of the generals of the French Revolution, the Freemason Louis-Marie Turreau, ordered the slaughter of 109 Catholic children in the village of Luc-sur-Bouillon. In the western section of France, in the area around Nantes, known as the Vendée, hundreds of thousands of Catholics were slaughtered by the Masonic government of the French Revolution. Thousands of their religious leaders were also killed in Paris and other areas for their opposition to the suzerainty of the Masonic cryptocracy. A great deal, ladies and gentlemen, has changed since then, however. Today, the Vatican is as firmly in the pocket of the Freemasons as are many Protestant institutions in this country. Most memorable is the recent takeover of the Southern Baptist Church in its entirety by the Masonic Brotherhood. It is not secret. It has been openly admitted. Pope John Paul II, presented in the Masonic media as a strict conservative, is actually an agent of one world, New Age, Luciferianism. But don't just climb on the Catholic Church, folks. Almost all of the organized church bodies that exist in the world today are in the clutches of Mystery Babylon. In 1986, Pope John Paul II convened a World Council of Religions, including African devil worshippers, Buddhists, and Muslims, at a church named after the Apostle Peter in Assisi, Italy. According to the New York Times of October 28, 1986, I quote, "The Buddhists, led by the Dalai Lama, quickly converted the altar of the Church of San Pietro by placing a small statue of the Buddha atop the tabernacle and setting prayer scrolls and incense burners around it." End quote. The Dalai Lama of Tibet is revered as a god king by his followers. Talk about the abomination of desolation. Sincere Christians of all denominations condemned the Assisi rite. Protestant leader Dr. Carl McIntyre called it, and I quote, "the greatest single abomination in church history," end quote. Catholic Bishop Marcel Lefebvre labeled Pope John Paul II's actions in Assisi, quote, "the supreme imposture, the culminating insult to our Lord, a diabolical act," end quote. Thus we observe the conflict between truths perceived deep within and lies people force themselves to assent to in public. In the name of the people, the wishes of the people are overthrown. Is there a reason this double mind has been induced? If someone is making us deliberately mentally ill, it may be that this is done so that we will look to that someone for healing and relief. Into the double mind breach step the elite managers of the Masonic Hermetic Academy, who through symbol and word manipulation can temporarily unite our persona and anima, thus lifting an immense burden from us, relieving us, if you will, of our stress and confusion. Oh, you have a problem? We have an answer. Oh, a building blew up in Oklahoma City? My goodness, let us protect you, for this could happen to any building. Let us take away your arms and ammunition so that you cannot protect yourself. Let us furnish your security. Trust us. We will be good to you. We will never become despotic or tyrannical. We would never, ever murder 86 people in a small Christian church in Waco, Texas, just because they had not paid a $200 tax for a supposed automatic weapon, which they never had in the first place. And of course, we would never shoot and murder a mother unarmed, who was guilty of no crime, wanted for nothing, standing in a doorway holding her baby to her breast. We will protect you. Give us your guns. Give us your arms. Let us take care of you. We will save you from yourselves. Isn't that what we hear? The double mind breach. They're relieving us of our stress and confusion. And this function can easily, ladies and gentlemen, assume in the minds of the subject patients, the people, a godlike status. I submit this status is characterized by the use of the term they in our society, as in, why don't they come up with a tire that will never wear out or a cure for cancer? As in, they have a cure for cancer, but the doctors would lose too much money, so they have suppressed it. Or, they say the CIA killed Kennedy and he was fornicating with Marilyn throughout his presidency. They write the movie scripts and the billboard slogans. They have the money and the power and control of the illusion machine. They can cure cancer or withhold the cure. They reveal the secrets behind assassinations and scandals. What will they do next? How will they program the show today? Let's sit back, watch, and find out. And since we choose to refuse to genuinely heal the rift between the two sides of our mentality by the tough means of repudiating our lying public persona and taking action on the understanding of our true self, we relinquish autonomy to those who make it appear that they can heal us at no great cost or trouble on our part. You don't have to be responsible. You don't have to take any risk. You don't even have to get up off your couch. We will heal you. We will provide you security. We will take care of you. But never mind that they are also the ones who implanted the rift in the first place, a la Hegel, and the dialectic is working upon us all the time. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, we have little or no power. We cannot act. We cannot invent. We cannot cure. We must wait and see what happens. We must see what they make happen. And if you believe that, you're already dead and buried. And if you want proof that that's not true, I am living proof. The final coffin in the nail of our free will is the fact that we ourselves know in our heart of hearts that what I just told you is not true. It is false. And I have proven it false over and over and over again. When they told me that no one would listen, I drove thousands of miles to talk to 3 people in someone's living room until there were groups listening. When they said I couldn't write a book because no one would publish it, I wrote a book and it was published. And it became the underground bestseller for over 6 years in a row. When they said I could not get on radio, no one would allow me to have a voice on radio, I created my own broadcast and paid for it myself. And when they said no newspaper in this country prints the truth, I started my own newspaper and named it Truth, Veritas, which is Latin for truth, and send it free to everybody in Washington, D.C., so they know that I know and that I'm printing it. And it's the fastest growing newspaper in the nation. And when they began their attack upon the patriots and constitutionists and Christians in this country, after the bombing of the Oklahoma Muir Federal Building. I set my people into motion to investigate and discover the truth of that bombing. And I hounded my station chief, Michelle Marie Moore, until she wrote a book on the findings of our investigation. And I can assure you, it is turning Oklahoma up on its ear. You see, it is we, the people, who have the power and the responsibility. And we could crush them tomorrow morning if we but chose to do it. You see, they are only an illusion, every bit as ephemeral as the patter of a carnival sideshow bunco artist beckoning to us from the other side of the hoochie-coochie tent. And that is the truth. They practice magic. Magic is nothing but the art of illusion. And if they can fog your brain and dazzle you with baffling BS, and if they can desensitize you with flooding you with violence on a daily basis over and over and over again on television and in movies and on radio, they're practicing magic. Through the art of illusion, they are destroying your ability to act and to think and to perform. They are taking away your power, but it is not really they who take it away. It is you who give it. You give it by your participation in this magic act. But you see, some people know that we have the power. And some people know, they know that we could crush them tomorrow morning if we chose. But they don't want to, you see, because if we overthrew them tomorrow, we would have to write our own scripts and be responsible and take care of ourselves and take risks and provide for our own securities. We would have to heal ourselves. We would have to admit the colossal waste and loss and destruction of the past years, which our laziness and folly have made possible. We would have to experience the pain of being alive and responsible. We would have to start acting like men and women instead of as children, as slaves, and as weaklings, as we are prone to do today on a daily basis. The Hermetic Academy, being great scholars of human nature, know this and depend upon our ignorance, apathy, and stupidity and our willingness to go along with this magic act in order to enslave us and in control. Take us by the strings, the puppet strings, and when they play the tune, we will dance. Boy, I bet that's enough to make you sleep well tonight, but I'm not finished, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go away. V.I. Lenin, the founder of the old Soviet Union, the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, if you will, said democracy is indispensable to socialism, and he is absolutely correct. This is not a democracy, was never intended to be, cannot be, if we are to maintain and keep our freedom. Democracy leads to socialism, which leads to dictatorship, which leads to total ownership and control of everything and everybody by the state. It leads to a system where the state is supreme and the individual is nothing less than dung. Oh yes. Where the state pretends to pay you and you will ultimately pretend to work. They will build, again, vodka factories, and the populace will drown itself in a sea of alcohol in order to overcome for just a short while their misery. I've just described the old Soviet Union, and I am describing the future in the New World Order. You see, the Hermetic Academy is confident, and not without reason, ladies and gentlemen, that we will offer no substantial, no meaningful resistance to their imperium. Why? Well, the foster mothers of the human race, at least in the West, are cows. Perhaps we've imbibed so much of their fluid that we have become cows, terrified of freedom and its responsibilities. Epistemologist Charles Fort once remarked, quote, "I think we're farmed," end quote. And if you look back in the history of the human race, you will see that until this country was formed, that is exactly the condition in which the human race found itself, and every man and woman upon its surface of this earth was owned by somebody, some king, some sultan, some emir, some emperor, some lord, somebody. And according to the secret tradition of the Hermetic Academy, some of the secret societies believe the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden was a psychedelic mushroom, Stropharia cubensis. And these mushrooms, ladies and gentlemen, grow only in cow dung. There are essentially two forces competing for the hearts and minds of mankind. The first is the old force of the orthodoxy of the church and the throne, symbolized by the cross in the crown. It comes from the days when the Catholic Church not only ruled the church, but ruled the kings who ruled the nations. It was the combination of the church and state. A very dangerous combination, I might add. Reaction and authority. Those who regard themselves as dissidents and rebels against the establishment have been taught by the official counterculture that it is from this direction, from the ancient regime, that we can expect to encounter the greatest threat to liberty. We've been trained to expect that the threat to freedom comes from Christian, religious, and ethical orthodoxies based on faith and authority. And as long as government and religion can remain basically out of the control of each other, that is, the government does not control religion and religion does not control the government, we are relatively safe, but not for long. But any halfway competent student of deception will know that the greatest potential threat always comes from the unsuspected direction. It is a greater threat than the combination of religion and state. In this case, from the force that is misidentified and masked, that force which is fascism with a human face. It's called democracy. It's called socialism. It's called "I feel your pain." I can't stand it sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, because it's so obvious to me. I've been studying it all my life, however, and I know that it may not be so obvious to you. Perhaps more important, there is one key principle of the psychology of mass mind control missing from the old model of authority embodied by the early fathers of the Christian church. They did not flatter you, and they did not come in disguise. The core of Orthodox Christianity's belief system was anti-occult to the marrow. It was the bad news about human nature. And that's why you don't get any flattery from me either. That's why President Clinton, in a White House memo, which Rush Limbaugh read on the air, named me as the most dangerous radio host in America because I simply tell you the truth. I will not wax eloquent. I will not polish your knob. I will not lie to you. I will not tell you that you are the most brilliant, smartest, best educated people in the world, because at this very moment it is a lie. You are, for the most part, apathetic, ignorant, and stupid, or we would not be in the situation that we are in now. And all you have to do to change that is go into your bathroom, look in the mirror, and you will see everything that ails America today. Look yourself right in the eye and say, I've been stupid, apathetic, and ignorant, but I will never be stupid, apathetic, and ignorant again for the rest of my life. I am going to change that right now, and then do it. That's all it takes. I had to do it. Everyone who is awake and functioning in the real world had to do it. If you cannot do it, if you will not do it, then you are indeed a sheeple. Sheeple are no different from sheep, ladies and gentlemen, or cattle, or any other husbanded animal for that matter. They're eventually sheared and then led to the slaughter, usually behind a Judas goat. A nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who have no intelligence. Such people are beasts of burden and stakes on the table by their own choice and consent.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Life is a continuous confrontation with forks in the road. One is good, one is bad. And you could always wander completely off the road altogether and become lost. Totally and completely lost. If you take the wrong fork at one of these junctions, there is always the opportunity at the next fork to get back on track. But it is a constant battle within ourselves. You see, I have studied this concept for many, many years, and I have to tell you that if there is a real devil, like Flip Wilson used to say, the devil made me do it. I'm not telling you that there's no such thing as Satan or Lucifer. I'm telling you this. If there really is a devil, that devil exists in the hearts and minds of men and nowhere else. Nowhere else. For if you take man out of the equation, evil ceases to exist, and there is left only the laws of the universe and the balance of nature. Put man in the equation, and before long, evil will rear its ugly head and present itself to the world. The evil is within man, and that is why it was called the fall. The devil never made anyone do it. If you do it, you did it yourself because you fell into temptation. For until man once again confronts the real nature of his own condition and of the world around him and accepts full responsibility for his actions without blaming anyone else or any devil, until then we will always be a puppet on the end of someone else's string. And ladies and gentlemen, when that someone pulls that string, we will dance.
This is the basic law of life, and dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do
everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of 3 actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the 10 Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause, and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech, a parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. For I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press.